I'm the one, you're the one I'm seeing, so you can go first. Sergio, are you there? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
There. I read activity 4. I choose 2. Management principle and indicator how you do apply them in your organization. I take when you want to implement this management.
Sergio, can I just cut you short a little bit?
Whoa.
Sergio, what I wanted to know is not the answers. I just want to know whether you were happy with the activity.
Okay. Oh, a minute to scan and you put in my computer.
Okay. Maybe let me move on to Chama.
Okay.
Yeah, Chama, did you manage to do the how did you find the activities and the reading?
Okay, there was a lot to read. I actually didn't even finish, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a lot on my plate yesterday. Didn't manage to finish the reading. But activity 3 is something that I had started the other day, so I just need to complete it. I need to put details. I had already identified what I wanted to use for the risks identified. Yeah.
Okay, and then activity 4, have you started on it?
I didn't attempt, but I remember when you gave us the first activities. So I had already started putting in answers in almost everything where I could. So yeah.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay as long as there are no problems.
No.
Does anyone have any problems, any issues with the activities or with the understanding of what you were reading? Anyone?
Just maybe just a comment on the reading.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think we're told to actually go through slides mostly from 130 to 216. I think I managed to actually get maybe 90% of the reading in, but maybe,
excellent.
Yeah, maybe just to, I don't know if people would agree with me, but maybe I'd like us to. I've seen module 7, but I'd like us to start maybe just to go through. I think it's actually what we're going to do anyway. I didn't know it's what we're going to, but issues to do with the requirements, where it talks about management services, product labeling, food defense, etc., as maybe just to take us back a bit. I don't know if that's part of module 7.
Okay, do you know what slide number is that on your manual? I don't know whether Kota, are you there? Are you following?
Yes, I'm following.
Okay.
171.
171.
Yes, should be 171.
Okay, excellent. Kota, you've also you've stopped your video, so we can't see you.
Okay, Charles, I'm coming back. I'm following.
All right, that's okay. Anyone else with some comments? So we had you, Doc. I think Kota will look at that slide. You said from slide 171.
Yeah, going forward.
Okay,
yeah,
let me try to.
I'll go through the requirements because there are new requirements. I'll go through them.
Oh, all right.
That's,
thanks.
Yes, I'll go through the new requirements.
Okay, because I thought, because as of yesterday we said we'll start from, is it food integrity? So
yeah,
I thought maybe it was, all right, no, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, that's excellent. Anyone else with any comment? On the
Yes,
activities?
yes.
Yes.
About the, I want to check the slide, which page, about the strategy organization.
About the structural organization.
Yes. I forget to record the number of this slide, but I have a doubt.
Yeah, Karen, Sergio.
Yes, I have a doubt because distraction, Nafi. Organization have the responsibility, responsibilities. You get my question?
We can't. I think what you can do, just write your question on the chat, and then we can deal with it as we during the course of the training.
Okay.
Because your network, your network is not that good. It's breaking.
Okay.
Yeah, just write your question on the chat. If anybody else has got something regarding the activity, let's write it on the chat. Then maybe at break time we can discuss some of those concerns. Yeah, just send us a chat. Okay. I think let's start our Koza. Before you go, I'll give Zaino a chance to share his screen. Maybe Koza, you can unshare your screen, and then Zaino can share his screen, and she can just take us through the COVID risk assessment as we, So probably it's about 9:10 now. So we can go until about 9:30. Zeno?
Okay. Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to get to my assessment. So.
Yeah, while Zeno is setting up so that we don't give a pressure, you know, we are in COVID times. So everybody needs to do a risk assessment for COVID. Otherwise, you know, there's a big risk of employees getting infected, and then that will affect the business. So that's why I asked Zaino to just share what she has been doing as part of an activity for risk assessment that we did with Kotsa yesterday. So this is like the practical side of things, where you know how to actually practically do a risk assessment, and we're actually using COVID as the hazard.
Can you see my
screen?
Okay,
thanks. Yes, we can see your screen.
So the risk assessment methodology that Faranas and I worked on is, as you can see here, we also listed it from 1 to 5, and also the impacts from insignificant to catastrophic. The criteria is just a bit different to what obviously Katsana explained to us yesterday. So if it's insignificant, it would be no production loss, no loss. In other words, there's no cases. And then you have your minor, where maybe you have employees showing symptoms. What would the financial losses be? It will be minor because it's only symptoms. You'll only lose production while you're waiting for the results from the employee. And then moderate, if you have one case, employees in close contact will have to be quarantined. It will have an impact on the delay of production because you will have to replace staff and obviously train them before they can actually start in the production area. And it will have an impact on the production target outputs. A major case would be if you have more than one case, it will obviously have major financial losses to the company because you'll have more people off quarantine of the entire factory for 2 weeks. And it would obviously have major production loss. and also loss of confidence by customers. And the reason why we thought the loss of confidence by customers, because as we have certification, our customers would have expected us to do a risk assessment the minute COVID-19 showed its ugly face in the world. So our customers would have expected us as a certified ISO and FSSC customer that we would have done our risk assessment immediately. Catastrophic, obviously, if there's fatality, which could actually lead to the closing of the business if the health department decide on that. Probabilities is also the same as what we discussed yesterday. Our rating, which is obviously the sum of severe times probability equals your score. Our rating is high, medium, and low as well. If it's high, we would have to inform the Department of Health, because we are a unionized company. We'll have to advise the union and the bargaining councils. The CEO needs to intervene and obviously inform top management. Medium would be isolation of staff, being in contact with a positive person, test has to be conducted. Low is apply our COVID-19 policy, where it indicates what to do if employee shows symptoms. So we had to do a policy for COVID-19 when it started showing its face here in South Africa. That is our rating, low, medium, and high. We left the scores in here just so that it's easy for us to know which of these, if you do your calculation, which is high, medium, and low. So this is our risk assessment. We tested, we obviously had to fix the hold of Transocean Liquid Technology SA. The hazard that we're testing is COVID-19. The hazard category we chose was obviously biological. The risk, it's contagious, could cause sickness and fatality. The green part is basically before we put any control measures in place. So our score would be quite high. The severity will be 5. The probability will be 5, because at this time, when we started the risk assessment, there was no control measures in place. So the risk index would obviously be high. Once we did put the control measures in place, and the control measures that we did put in place was hand sanitizers, daily temperature checks, 2 masks a day for the staff, private transport to avoid them having to travel public transport to reduce the risk, daily deep cleaning, where we have a company that we hired for this time to do daily deep cleaning in the factory and the office, awareness training with our chic officer. She's always doing awareness training with the staff with regards to COVID. And of course, social distancing, where we had to split our factory, where half of them work the one day and the other half the next day, so that we do not have so many people on the floor at the same time. So after the control measures were put into place, we did a new risk rating and we moved to medium. If you do your calculation, am I going to see? I need to. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so when we did the new calculation, we ended up with a medium scoring. So obviously, when you do a risk assessment, you would really like to get completely rid of the risk, or have it at least with low. And we thought, what could we do as a company, you know, in the near future to move our risk to a low risk? And the only thing that we could think of for now was, if we do conduct the on-site COVID test with professional health workers at our company in the near future, that could possibly bring down our risk index to a low index. So yeah, that is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, Zaino. Maybe can you unshare your screen now?
Okay, sure. There we go.
Okay, excellent. So what do you guys think?
Excellent. Excellent.
You can't say excellent.
I'll say excellent,
No, you
because
can't say excellent.
I went through with how you spoke now.
Okay. All right, I've got a comment on that one. We must just make sure that our time, we are within time so that we give Kotsa, time to present. I think it's good, Zaino. So is that everything that you have for COVID?
Yes, that is what we have for COVID.
Okay, let me show you something. Let me see if I can share my screen. All right. This is the approach that we are trying to develop at FoodBev. You can see that, so we have based our risk assessment based on personnel flow, because this is primarily affecting the people, the personnel. So we want to, we've categorized our risk assessment based on all the steps, what we might call the critical steps or the critical points where personnel might get infected. And we have actually done point by point. We've done a risk assessment based on a point by point. So you can see that the circles here, this one, these ones, they are all specific areas where we have done specific risk assessment. So if I can just go through the first one here. So we looked at when our personnel are at home, right? When they're at home, what is the risk of them getting infected? And what control measures do we need to put in place when they're at home, right? Or when they are in the community. During weekends, they are mixing with the community. So we need to reduce the risk right from when they're at home. Then we go to the next point in their flow, which is when they are coming to work, in transit. So what control measures do we need to put in place while they're in transit? Some people, I think, Zaino, you've already mentioned that you are giving your personnel transport. Yeah, so some organizations are actually giving their personnel transport so that we minimize the risk. Then when they, before they get into the premises, there's a security check.
Yes.
Right? So that's another point where possible infection can happen. Because remember, they're interacting with the security. And the security guy is the one who is actually the person who might transmit the infection, because he's the one who's most likely to get infected, because he's interacting with all the workers. So we need to put control measures here. Then we come to the, so these circles that are on the border, this is the perimeter fence of the organization, the one in green, okay? So these are the entry points where the circle is right sitting on the perimeter fences. This is where people are getting in. So the other point where people are getting in is this one here, where we have external contractors, and we also have the personnel who are coming into the, who have got their own private cars. So this is public transport here, and this is private cars. So when people are driving their own private cars, you can see that the risk is very low. Let me just explain the colors here again. So this is high risk. This is, the yellow is, this is very high risk, the red. The brown is high risk. The yellow here is medium risk. Then this very light brown here is low risk, and this one is very low risk. The green. So this is what these colors mean. Okay. So these guys here who are driving in their own cars coming to work, they've got very low risk of getting infected during in transit. Because it's just by himself. you know, or maybe he has got a family member driving with a family member. So the risk is very, very low here. Okay, so these are the guys coming in. And then inside here, we've got the various points where personnel are moving. First of all, you got your medical check, and then they might go to the dining area. They might go to then they'll go to the change room, you know, and also maybe from the medical checks here, they go directly to the change rooms, and then they've got a smoking area here. So all these points, they've got potential of personnel getting infected, and we need to do a risk assessment for every point, you know. So we can see here that in the change room, we categorize it as very high. Why? Because normally we don't put cameras in the change room. So it's difficult to monitor what personnel are doing here. You know, they might break the rules. So we must have control measures to make sure that they are not interacting. And also we need to reduce the numbers, you know, like in terms of shifts, so that we don't have too many people at the same time. Then they go into the lobby here or the entrance into the factory. So this is now the factory area, you know. So in this factory area, there's personnel flow, you know, from the different areas, which is your office or your floor, your production area, your restrooms, your dispatch area, and your dry storage or cold storage areas. So each point would have its own level of risk, and we need to put control measures for each area. Then if we come down here, this is receiving raw materials. Again, you can see that it's sitting on the perimeter fence here, because this is coming from the outside into the factory. So you've got your raw materials and your packaging. You know, then when you deliver your packaging to your clients, you'll be sitting here. And we need to assess risk here, but we have actually put this risk as moderate, you know, moderate, but we need to put all the control measures required to make sure that we are not introducing infection through packaging, through raw materials. And also interaction of personnel, you know, the personnel receiving the raw materials and the packaging, and the personnel delivering that. If there is interaction, that might be a source of infection. Okay, then we come to this one here. This is the admin area, you know, where we've got the admin offices. Again, in the offices, the risk is low. You know, it's not very low. There's still some risk because personnel are interacting, but it's low risk because there are not many people in the offices, and normally people don't share offices unless if it is an open plan. Then we have the admin restrooms and the dining room area as well. And you can see the dining room area, which is also here. We've put it here and here. It has got high risk, the dining room area, because that's where people are interacting. That's where they are touching surfaces, the tables, and so forth. So we need to put control measures. Then the last circle that I'm talking about is this one here, where we have visitors coming into the organization, and we have the distribution, product distribution. This is product going out. You know, this is product going out. So again, we have interaction of personnel here, our personnel and the logistics people who are delivering the product. Here we've got our visitors, and we've put senior management here also because sometimes they don't come like your executives, your company executives. They don't come into the company all the time. So we've actually categorized them as visitors and inspectors and so forth. So their risk is they've got a moderate risk, but we need to still put control measures here. So this is what we have. Then we've done exactly the same as Zeno has done in terms of, so every point you can see now here we've got the number of the point, the third point, which is your getting into the organization. Let me increase that a little bit. Okay, right, and then you've got your vulnerability, your source of the infection, potential source of the infection, and you've got your mitigation measures. You've got a person responsible. You need to have a person who's responsible. You know, and then let me see. Yeah, and then we have our likelihood and our likelihood and our impacts. You know, what is the likelihood of getting infected, and should the infection happen, what is the impact? And then we have our risk rating here, which I described that this is medium, this is very high. So you can see that in transit, when personnel are coming to work, that's very high risk. And these are the control measures that we need to put in place, you know. So this is the whole risk assessment that we've done for every point, right? And then this is what Zeno is also taken us through, where we have our risk metrics, where we have here, like I said, red is very high risk, brown is high risk, moderate risk yellow, low risk, which is this light brown, and then negligible risk is your green. Okay, and then this is our risk metrics and some notes here. So this is what we have come up with, guys. I'll stop sharing my screen now and we can discuss briefly. We're almost time for Kotsa to start. All right, comments from what we are trying to advise to our clients. Roxanne, I see you've got thumbs up there. Thank you. Anyone else with any comments or thumbs up or thumbs down? I think there's a thumbs down, isn't it?
I think it was detailed.
Sorry, Chama, can you say?
I was saying your assessment was very detailed and it covered all the grounds that could be possible sources of infection. So it was good. Yeah.
So the message here before I hand over to Kotsa, it doesn't mean what Zeno has done is wrong. You know, that's the beauty of food safety, or the beauty of quality management. We don't have wrong or correct answers. It depends on your organization. It depends on what you have agreed to do. And as long as you can defend what you have done, and as long as you are satisfied with what you have done, so you can be as less detailed as what Zeno has got, or you can go all the way to become very detailed and actually do step by step at every point. You are looking at the risk, or you are just looking at the overall picture of the organization, and you are saying, okay, what control measures are we putting in place? Obviously, I'm sure Zeno, those control measures, a lot of them actually, ours look very detailed, but most of the control measures are the same. You know, the control of COVID is the same. Social distancing, wearing of masks, cleaning of surfaces, and so forth, you know. But we have put it point by point so that we can focus on every point, you know, to make sure that those control measures are being implemented. And we need to put a responsible person for every point to make sure that they are, for example, when the personnel during medical checks, you know, they are probably lining up, somebody's doing medical checks, there is a risk there because somebody might get very close, or people might not be wearing masks, people might start shaking hands. So somebody has to be in charge to make sure that whatever control measures we put in place are being complied with at every point. That's why we did it point by point. Okay, thank you guys. I think, and we can share this risk assessment, by the way, but we can, for a small fee, of course. Okay, Kosa, you can carry on.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Okay, thank you, Charles. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 3. Yes, I was paying attention to the feedback on the work, but also just want to emphasize that feel free to contact me or to contact Charles or any other of our colleagues, Nozipo, Cheza, if you've got any questions as you go through the material. Also, feel free to check with me even in the evenings. While you are studying, you can also check with me or Charles, and we can help you. So I'll also going to go through module 7 on the requirements for FSSC 22,000. It's not a lot of changes from the previous version. I'll just quickly go on the ones that we need to discuss. If you look at the background, I'll not cover that. You can read on that why the development of new version 5 was initiated. But I just want also to emphasize to you, for those who have not done FSSC before, FSSC, it's a very small book or standard that is organized into 6 parts. Part 1 is just an overview of the scheme. Part 2, you need to know part 2 because that's where the scheme requirements are. And this is where your audit comes from. Your certification body actually uses this part to look at the schemes that they will audit you against the requirements. So this is area that you need to know. Then also part 3. Part 3 is also important for you to know because this is where the requirements for the execution of the certification process is explained or described. It explains how your certification body, like SGS, like Veru Veritas, also maybe it might be SANA, another certification body, like DQS, they will use this information, part 2, part 3, because that's where they get the information, one for auditing and also information on how to carry out certification process. Then in part 4, it also describes the requirements for the certification bodies, how they should also conduct themselves. So that's more information about the certification bodies. It clearly explains what they should be competent to do. Very important. So ideally, when you are choosing certification bodies, they must be accredited by an accreditation body. Normally, here in South Africa, the accreditation body is SANAS. So the certification body that you choose, they must be accredited. So we've got different, so part 5 also describes the requirements for accreditation bodies. Sorry? I hear feedback. Is it okay for everyone? I can carry on.
Yeah.
I've lost you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then in part 6, it describes the requirements for license training organizations like ourselves. Those are the requirements that we should meet as described in part 6. So let me just go over the requirements, additional requirements in FSSC 22,000. If you look at the first one about management of services, what the scheme is emphasizing is that when you are going to use any external services, for example, if you are going to send your samples to a laboratory, what they require is that that laboratory must be competent to produce reliable results. So that's very important. So normally here, even if you look in clause 7.1.6 of ISO 22028, it talks about external services, externally acquired services. For example, if you were to get external services of laundry facilities, they must be competent to deliver that service. Same applies with the laboratory. If you're going to use any external laboratory for testing of your samples, you must make sure that you have verified, you make sure that they are competent and they are capable to produce reliable results. How do you do that? Normally the labs should be accredited. They must be meeting the requirements of ISO 17025. Sometimes they should be participating in proficiency testing programs. What do we mean by proficiency testing programs? They are service providers who provide samples that you should run, and the same samples are sent to different labs that are participating in this testing proficiency scheme. So what you need to check with the laboratory that you are using, you must check whether they are accredited to ISO IEC 17025, and also you must just confirm if they are participating in any proficiency testing scheme. Also, another area to consider is maybe if they are using regulatory approved programs. All these are important evidence or confirmation of competence to perform particular tests. Also, I just want to quickly emphasize that if you are using an accredited lab, make sure that the test that you want them to perform for you, it is accredited. Because when we talk about laboratory accreditation, it's not accreditation of the whole laboratory. It is accreditation of specific tests. So you need to confirm if the test that you want is the one that is accredited by that laboratory. So that's a requirement, and that will be audited to make sure that whatever tests or samples that you are testing to verify the effectiveness of your food safety management system, or to validate the effectiveness of your food safety management system, the lab that you are using must be competent. I don't know if it's clear. Okay. Then another additional requirement is on 2.5.2, product labeling. This is in addition to the requirements in ISO 22000. Here the emphasis is that finished products must be labeled according to statutory and regulatory requirements of the country where you are selling the product. So in other words, during an audit, you must demonstrate that you are meeting the requirements or the labeling and regulatory, statutory and regulatory requirements of that particular country. So if you are exporting, for example, to Namibia, you must make sure that you are meeting the labeling requirements for Namibia. And this includes also labeling requirements for allergens. So that's an emphasis in the new requirements. Another area also, if you look at ISO test 22002, part 1 documents.
That's a question, because when
Yes.
we go back to labeling, I've seen like you have to indicate what products, what's in the product that you've actually packaged. I've seen certain labels have comments that say this product was packaged in a facility that deals with soya, etc., etc. If we have a company, say like we have Master Pork, they actually process some other non-pork products. Should they indicate this on their labeling to say this factory also handles non-pork products, or and so on and so forth?
The labeling requirements, mainly they are quite specific, yeah, to declare, especially declaration of allergens. But yeah, Charles can help me. He's the one who's competent in this area for the abattoirs. But maybe I can just, I'm thinking in terms of that. Ideally, of course, species must be separated in terms of processing, because there are some people who do not consume pork. So ideally, you are not supposed to process different species to avoid, at the same time, to avoid cross-contamination. Maybe Charles, you can expand on that.
Yes, thank you, Kotsa. I'll also give an opportunity to Nozipo. Nozipo is our labeling specialist. She actually runs a course R146 on labeling. But if I hear your question well, Doc, you're talking about labeling requirements. Is it about allergens? Because if there are any allergens that are being used at master pork, right? For example, you mentioned about soybean. I think soy is an allergen, right? So that's why it has to be declared. Like the, I don't know who mentioned that, maybe it was Kotsa or yourself. It has to be declared in the labeling because it's an allergen. So if there are any allergens that are being produced or that are being used at master pork, then they must be included in the label to say this product was produced in a facility that processes the following allergens. Then you declare that, because there could be cross-contamination, you know, and you cannot 100% avoid contamination of some allergens that you might be processing or that you might be using to process your products at master pork. So you need to declare those allergens. Was that the question?
I thought the question was about mixing different species with the pork. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Let me just maybe take you back. What I'm trying to find out is, you have a facility. In this facility, say you're actually processing, let's say it's a smoking facility. So you have smoked chicken on one end, you're smoking pork, you're smoking beef. Then this is vacuum sealed at the end of the production line. So should I indicate on my product to say, in this facility, we actually also process A, B, C, D? This is...
okay, yeah, let me take that. You don't have to, unless if it is an allergen.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay,
yeah, Nozipo, maybe you might want to come in.
Charles, can I step in there as well?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
I think depending on your legislation in your respective countries, there's an allergy declaration. That is, what are the allergens associated with a particular product? And then there's a sort of a warning, which is basically more on the, I've seen it more in the factories processing ready-to-eat products, which is sort of more to inform the customer that, like previously what you've mentioned, Charles, that if we are producing a dip, in my case, for example, which is basically a hummus dip, you made it out of sesame seed. So your allergen there is you've got your allergen being your sesame seed. But in line with other dips that you're producing, you've got a warning that says this dip, which is your hummus, which has one allergen as sesame, is produced in a factory that handles the following products, which would then categorize the other allergens handled within the same facility or production area. So in the example that the doc gave on smoked chicken or beef or pork, that in itself is not an allergen, so it's not a risk that one would want to declare as an allergen onto the product, unless you've got some components or whatever you're injecting into the product prior to smoking that may constitute as an allergen. But otherwise, you declare your allergen, and then as part of being more informative to the customer, you then state what are the allergens you handle in the area of production. That's how we do it in our area.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much, Obed. I'd also requested Nosipo to make a comment. Nosipo, are you there?
And can she focus on also in terms of species? I think the question is on, can you mix species? Is there now a regulation on that? Let's say here in South Africa.
Okay, Nosipo, you might want to unmute your mic if you are there, because we cannot hear you.
I beg your pardon? Sorry, my network is not okay.
Oh, okay. There was a question on, I don't know whether you heard the question on labeling and declaration. Did you hear the question?
No, I did not.
Okay, no, that's okay. Then we won't have to go back. In terms of species, Kotsa, I don't think there is a problem. You don't have to declare. Maybe Nosipo, if you are hearing us, you can also comment on this. Because there are many abattoirs that do multi-species. You know, but the production line must just not, they must separate production in time. You know, either in time or in space. If there are different locations where they are processing one species and another location, or if it is the same line, then they must separate it in time. So there's really no requirement for declaring the multi-species on your label, unless, like Obed says, one is an allergen. Then whatever allergen it is, it has to be declared.
Charles, to just step in there, I don't know about the doc. Also, what other system do you have? Because in the case I've noticed in abattoirs, sometimes you've got the kosher guys, you've got the halal guys. So, you know, those would obviously be some guidelines in terms of how you do your processing, because the halal guys won't accept partial separation. They would actually want, you know, if you're going to do pork, you handle it at an agreed or within a confined space that presents no risk to the other product that is halal. Same like kosher as well. But if you're not affiliated with any of those bodies, then you would actually be free to go ahead. But like Charles has mentioned, I think from us, you know, from species, it is best practice to always separate space-wise or time-wise.
All right, no, thank you for that. Currently, though, we are not halal certified or kosher certified.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Obed, also for the contribution. And thank you, Doc, for the question. Okay. So if you look into ISO TS 22002, part 1, there is clause 17. It also gives more information on product information and consumer awareness. Obviously, we were talking about allergens, that they must be declared because that's important information for the consumer. And also we must go even further to make sure that consumers are aware about our products. So we must make sure consumers understand the importance of the product information and can make informed choices. And also, obviously, the information may be provided by labeling or other means such as company websites, advertisements, and may include information that you provide to the consumers. Obviously, it includes also storage, preparation of our products, serving instructions that are applicable to our product. So this is just information in addition to additional requirements in FSSC 22000 version 5. So already, if you have implemented ISO TS, you would have already addressed product information and consumer awareness. Another requirements in that additional requirement, this was always there, they've just changed the wording. If you look at food defense, they're saying the organization shall. We all know already that the word shall means it's not negotiable, must have a documented procedure. And this documented procedure is on how you conduct a threat assessment to identify and assess potential threats. And also, you must indicate in your procedure how you have developed and implemented the mitigation measures for significant threats. So we must have a documented procedure. I'll show you one of the procedures when we do food defense later. Also, there's component of planning. The organization shall have a documented food defense plan specifying the mitigation measures covering the processes and products. I'll also show you one of the plans that we've done for food fraud, but it's similar. What you are looking at also mitigation measures, the threats that you have identified in processes, in products, all that information must be documented. And also the responsibilities, and also frequency for particular actions, all that must be very clear in your plan. Again, they've added a component here. The plan shall comply with applicable legislation and must be kept up to date. In other words, it must be always relevant. If you find any new information within pertaining to those threats, for example, you need to update your plan. So it must be always current. Your plan must keep on being updated all the time. So this component also is indicated, or it's a requirement in ISO TS 22002 Part 1, which is clause 18, where we talk about food defense, biovigilance, and terrorism. Here, they just emphasize that you must assess the hazard to products posed by potential acts of sabotage, vandalism, or terrorism. And then you put in place proportional protective measures. They don't expand to explain that you must put a plan, a food defense plan. So, but we know from FSSC 22000 that you can expand on your clause 18 and include the food defense plan. It's very important. It's a requirement that will be audited, and the auditors are looking at your ISO TS requirements and also looking at the food defense additional requirements. We'll talk in detail about food defense later tomorrow.
Maybe moderator.
Yes, come in.
Yes. Could you maybe just shed a bit of some light on biovigilance and bioterrorism? I don't know. I don't know why I'm feeling like it's almost something similar.
Sorry.
Biovigilance and bioterrorism. I'm saying I feel like yes, biovigilance.
Bioterrorism and biovigilance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm feeling like they could serve the same purpose, or maybe if you could just shed more light on that.
Yes. Yeah, there's more or less the same. I can look at it, but when we are looking at food defense, we are looking at its intentional harm, possibly, especially when you look at bioterrorism. Maybe there could be intentional inoculation of products, let's say with Clostridium botulinum, with intention to cause harm, or intentional exposure of personal. Let's say if, for example, if we look at COVID-19, suppose maybe it was intentional, some countries or terrorist groups would have released the virus into the public, that could be an act of bioterrorism. It's interesting, biovigilance, Charles, I've never looked at it in what is the difference with the bioterrorism.
Yes, I think Cholwe here is trying to put us on the spot, which is okay, Cholwe. Yeah, let me, and also anyone else is free to jump in. It's very good, Cholwe, that you are noticing this. You know, we've never really looked at it in terms of the difference. What I think now is, you see, bioterrorism is terrorism. That one is clear, right? Like what Kota has explained, I think that's clear. Biovigilance, if we talk from vigilant, being vigilant, right? So I think biovigilance is to do with food fraud. I don't know. Because what I've realized is ISO 22000 is the one that talks about, it's a requirement. I think, Kota, am I correct? This is clause 18 of ISO 22000, isn't it? Or at least 2005.
Sorry, say that again.
Is this a clause in ISO 22000, 2005, clause 18?
No, it's in ISO technical specification, 22,000.
Yeah, but I think it's also in ISO 22000, where they talk about biovigilance and bioterrorism. Yeah, I see Nozipo is sending a message that says clause 18 of, which is what Kosa is saying. What does, I want to make reference.
Yeah, I've just checked it here. Biovigilance, it's about, I think this is intentional transplantation of substance of human origin with the objective of making application of tissue cells. So it's to do something with interference with the tissue cells and organs. Maybe some attack related to transplantation of organs, tissues and cells. I've just checked it here.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure whether that's the context. We are discussing here, actually, like I said, you are putting us on the spot here. Because I think let's pack that. Let me say, let's pack it, and then we can always come back to it. Let's discuss this. Cholo, can you raise it after tea time? We'll just go and do a bit of research, and then we come up with a clear answer, because we also want to know.
Oh, okay. Not a problem.
All right, because I can carry on.
Okay. So in terms of food defense, we'll go more into details on it. There's a clause on 18.2. It talks about access controls, especially on potentially sensitive areas that we must put access control. Very important, but we'll talk about it when we do food defense. Then another additional requirement is on food fraud mitigation, where we must do vulnerability assessments, and this must be documented. We must have a documented procedure. Now we conduct food fraud vulnerability assessments to identify potential and access potential vulnerabilities. Then also we must have a procedure on how we develop and implement mitigation measures. Any significant vulnerabilities. Again, we must end up with a food fraud plan. So today, by end of day, we'll start work on a food fraud plan. We'll go through food fraud plan later. Okay. Other additional requirements are about how to use the logo, the FSSC logo. Here they indicate that you can only use the logo for marketing activities on organizations' printed matter, or you can use the logo on your website and other promotional materials. And also they are very specific when you are using their logo. You must use it according to their specifications. You must not alter anything, even change their colors. You must use the logo exactly as it is. You have to use it for marketing purposes. But what is important, they are clear that you must never use their logo or any statement or make reference to certification of a product or its labeling or its packaging. You are not supposed to use that logo. And in any other manner that implies FSSC 22000 approves a product, process, or service. Because FSSC does not certify any organizations. They provide requirements for an organization to be certified by a certification body. So normally we need to be careful when we have to use the FSSC 22000 logo. Okay. So if you are going to use the logo in black and white, it is permitted to do so, but you can only do that when all other text and images are in black and white. So you need to comply to those requirements. Then there's also additional requirement on management of allergens, very important. They say the organization shall have a documented allergen management plan. That includes a risk assessment covering all potential sources of allergens, cross-contamination, and then also it must include control measures. So you must have a plan for risk assessment, including the mitigation strategies or control measures that you put in place. So again, if you look at the requirements, they indicate categories. If you look into the document that we have sent to you, there are categories. You have to identify which category you are. So this requirement is only applicable to categories C, E, F, and so on. So you need to make sure that to know which category you belong and make sure you implement the requirement. Then another area, look at, this is in ISO technical specification, ISO 22002. It specifies that a program shall be in place to prevent, control, and detect contamination. And one of the contaminants is allergens. So again, it's a carry on from ISO technical specification, where it addresses issues that you must have an allergen management control program in place in your organization. We just have some examples on allergen management that you can look at. This can be on label for consumers and so on. And we've already explained on areas to look at in your program. For example, cross-contamination from packaging, from people. In your program, you can also look at raw materials, you can look at the cleaning component, you can look at the manufacturing, all these areas where cross-contamination can occur. That needs to be managed. Also in manufacturing premises, separation of activities are very important. Okay. So we've just added some more information just for you to look at. I just want to quickly move on to, here we just emphasizing that there must be separation of equipment when handling allergens to avoid cross-contamination. But I just want to quickly move. Also, we talk about separation in terms of storage, like your allergens must be kept locked away, or they must be in a separate room as part of your allergen management, so that and also there must be limited access, so that there's a movement of people can carry through also the allergens. But I just want to go to another requirement, environmental monitoring. We need to put in place, if you're in category C, I, and K, according to, if as you look into the standard, you see that there are categories, and you need to know if you are in category C or IOK, you need to put in place an environment monitoring plan. The standard emphasizes that you must put a plan that is risk-based. So in other words, you have risk-based environmental monitoring program. You need to identify what are the potential environmental contaminants. So you are going to evaluate microbiological or allergen contaminants that might be in your environment. So you need to identify possible environments where contamination can occur. And this must be, you must include that in your program. So in other words, you are looking at the potential areas where risk can occur, where potential contamination can occur. And the requirement is that you must document a procedure of how you do the evaluation of effectiveness of the controls that you would have put in place. So that's it. That's another requirement under FSSC 22,000. And again, you need to put monitoring activities for all the areas where you are going to monitor. You need to indicate, you sort of have a program that indicates what area needs to be monitored, how is it going to be monitored, what sort of tests are you going to carry out, what sort of perhaps maybe you are monitoring for Salmonella, or is it Enterobacteriaceae, or are you monitoring for E. coli? So it must be very clear in your environment monitoring program. Where are you taking the samples? Is it on tables? Is it on floors, in drains? It must be clear according on based on risk. So in other words, we are saying you are selecting monitoring areas based on risk. Where is contamination likely to occur? And you need to be taking samples, taking swabs to verify effectiveness of whether it will be cleaning in those areas and so on. So that must be, or you can do monitoring when you take air in specific areas, air sampling, and to check for microbiological contamination. So there are some equipment, I'm not sure if you're familiar with some air sampling equipment that you can take, that you can use to monitor the environment. Oh, but what are you currently using for environmental monitoring?
So for environmental monitoring, we've got air plates that we've got in the production area. We also have got allergy grade metrics and an outlined plan on how we swap, because we handle all the allergens in our factory. So right on a daily, we've got to do a check on terms of basic ATP tests, just to clear production to go ahead with their production runs whenever they change products. And microbial swabs as well are done also on a daily, and the listeria plan as well. So that's what we're currently doing.
Chama, in your area, what are you doing? Thanks, Obed.
Okay.
We're only doing the swabs. We are swabbing surfaces for work. We're not doing air checks.
So the requirement, hello? The new is yes. Thank you, Cham. So the new requirement is that you must have a documented program that is very clear. The areas where you are sampling, it must be very clear. And what are you testing for in that area? And you must indicate the frequency, and also you must indicate the responsibilities and the monitoring activity that you are putting in place to verify effectiveness of the program. Is very important. So that's one area, especially for microbiological and allergen monitoring. And there's if you look at clause C, you must analyze the data. So normally organizations, they just compile this information, but the requirement is that you must actually analyze the data that you are accumulating from from monitoring activities. Okay, so you must actually do trend analysis and use that data to improve your food safety management system. That's the whole idea. So you can actually discuss this information in your management reviews or your food safety team reviews. So again, this is also indicated in ISO technical specification 22,002. I will not go into it. Most of us, we are familiar. I've just put it in there in case you have forgotten. So it also emphasizes that we need to look at microbiological cross-contamination. We must do a hazard assessment where we are looking at potential cross-contamination of potential or susceptible products, where we look at separation of raw from finished foods. We are looking at structural segregation, for example, putting walls or work in separate buildings. Like we were talking about separation by time or separation by space, or that must be in place in terms of microbiological control. And also access control, important traffic patterns, use of equipment, making sure that there's segregation, monitoring movement of personnel to avoid cross-contamination, also looking at air pressure differentials, make sure that there's no movement of air from highly contaminated areas to low contaminated areas. Very important. In other words, from dirty areas to clean areas, we need to monitor to make sure that there's no movement of air in that direction. So all these are important ways of managing microbiological cross-contamination. 33, it talks more about the certification process, but you can read about it. What I just wanted to emphasize because of our time, you just need to make sure that when you have your first contact with the certification organization, obviously there must be a contract. And in that contract, the standard says the contract shall be in place between the certification body and your organization. And it must detail the scope of the certificate and referring to all relevant scheme requirements. So my point is to emphasize that there must be an initial contract. And also, if you look at the certification process, it includes your first stage audit and then your second stage audit. And then there is surveillance every year after a certification audit. And I just want to emphasize that one of the surveillance audits is going to be an unannounced audit. So you will not know, they will just let you that they'll come, they'll give you notice in about 8 months, and then they'll come unannounced. So one of the surveillance, it can be a first surveillance audit or a second surveillance audit. It will be an unannounced audit. Okay. This is just to emphasize the stages of certification process, where you can have the pre-gap assessment, stage 1, stage 2, and you get your certification. But you can read through this. I just want to go on to, so that we can be on time. Unless if you've got any questions from what what you read, but this is just instructions for you to understand the certification process. I just want us to, and also this grading of non-conformities into minor, major, and critical. You can read about it. We've put it in your manual. But let's just go to, I've got also an activity that we have put in for you. You don't have it in your manual, but please, it's in your activity book, where you must write key points on the FSSC 22,005, the certification process. I just want you to read the certification process, and also include unannounced audits. Shall we proceed or we take a break? Charles, how is our time? Charles?
Sorry, because my mic was muted. Sorry. Yes,
Okay.
we still have got 12 minutes, so you can proceed until
Okay.
12:30.
Okay. So we will move on to food integrity. Okay. We want to talk about trust and brand integrity, and we'll talk about food integrity. That's why we say staff only. A lot of things will be happening in the background. But now we want to talk about food integrity. These things could be happening in some organization. If you see Pick and Pay, they indicate on their packaging and on their products that we are always there for you. This is their motto. We are always there for you. All God says, delighting South Africans for over 100 years. And they say it tastes real good. Coca-Cola says, if you drink Coca-Cola, if you just have a glass of Coca-Cola, it opens happiness. So if you want to share in this happiness, you must drink Coca-Cola or you must drink Coke. And then when they introduce the new products, they say, taste the feeling. Then also other companies like Orange Groove, they say, taste the difference. And the cool Tiger brand product, they say, it's the best you can do. If you buy cool beans, it's the best you can do, or buy any cool product, it's the best you can do. Then also Tiger brand in one of its products, it says adding value to life. So this is what the brand is saying. Or sometimes the brand, if you look at Zambeef, the brand says here, feeding nation. I don't know what RCO says. What does RCO say? Rolly?
The vision is just more food to more people more often.
More food to more people and more often. Okay. And what does your logo say, Sergio? Sunshine Not, is that yours?
Oh, we make the world is best to make the world better.
We make
the world best to make the world better.
To make the world better. So
Yes.
all these are brand claims. If you look at Simbisa, today Tapua is not around. Simbisa's brand, it says, Simbisa means to strengthen and to empower. That is a brand claim. And the BM, oh, but what does BM say? Oh, it.
Sorry about that.
Oh, what
I didn't
does
realize
your... Yes.
Yeah, but BM Foods is, sorry, we don't have the logo as yet. They'll get that sorted out. But B&M is just two companies that came together, Better Fresh and Mediterranean Foods. That's how we got BM Foods.
I didn't clearly hear you.
Now I'm saying BM Foods is just Better Fresh. So that's one company called Better Fresh. And then Mediterranean Foods was another company. That's how they came up with Better Fresh, yeah. Okay,
Better Fresh. So that's the brand claim that it's Better Fresh. Okay. And Zino, so she's just left. I didn't have a logo. All we are trying to say, when we look at all these logos, they are communicating something to the consumer. So what Ku is communicating is that it's the best you can do if you eat this product. And now if you look at BM, they are saying it's better fresh. It's, in other words, it's always fresh. And Zaino, what does your brand say, your brand claim?
Our brand claims to be the global leading service provider for all bulk liquids.
Global service provider for all bulk food
Liquids.
goods.
Yeah.
Liquids.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So all these are brand claims. So what are we saying? If you look at Woolworths, I looked at this. It says here, the quality you love at prices that will surprise you. So when we make brand claims, consumers trust the supermarket and the manufacturer on the claim they make on their products in the media. So if the consumers, they actually take you for your word. If Coca-Cola says open happiness, the consumer actually takes that as what the manufacturer is saying. So consumers trust the supermarkets and manufacturers on the perception they create about their products. But is that true, what we are claiming about our product? Is our product always fresh? Is our product really good? So we want to talk about trust and brand integrity. What is integrity? Integrity is the state of being whole, or it's the state of being entire or undiminished, or in perfect condition. In other words, our product is as it is supposed to be. So if you look at food integrity, we are talking about issues of quality, food safety, and also it talks about legality. Is our product legally produced or manufactured? And also authenticity. Is our product authentic? And every time when consumers buy our products, are they buying an authentic product? So when we talk about authenticity, talking about food integrity, we are saying, is the product real? Is it genuine? Is it not copied or false? Is it true and accurate? Is it not made to be or look just like an original? Is it traceable and identifiable? So in other words, when we say this is an authentic product, it must be traceable and identifiable. And when we talk about traceability, we are saying we should be able to verify the history, the location of the product, the application of the item by means of records. So when we talk about food integrity, when we make our brand claims, the product must meet the requirements for quality, food safety, legality, and authenticity. So food businesses must provide assurance to consumers and other stakeholders about the safety, the quality, the legality, and authenticity of the food. So all these components, these 4 components, they constitute what we call food integrity. So all these 4 components, they actually is what gives trust and confidence in consumers. But what is a brand? When we were talking about brand claims, when you have a brand claim, or what is a brand? We are simply saying a brand is a promise that we make to our customers. We are promising that we will always provide fresh product. We will always provide genuine product. We will always provide what you want. So when we describe a brand, sometimes it's tempting to list the attributes of your business. Or maybe you might be tempted to describe your product line or point to your logo and tagline. But a brand is more than that. A brand is a promise. It promises a unique benefit to the consumer. So whenever we are looking, if we look at all these claims that we are making, we are actually claiming a unique benefit to the consumer. For example, if you look at Volvo, the brand claim they are making is that they are saying our product is pragmatic. In other words, Volvo, it wants to say its product, it's safe. It says, Volvo is saying my product is safe. And then iPod was introduced, it was making an emotional claim where whoever had an iPod was actually indicating that I am cool. So it gives different claims about your brand. So the emphasis we just want to look at is that when we look at the brands, we are actually making a claim or a promise to the users. Okay. So when we're making a claim, but food companies must make authentic brand and compositional claims in order to win confidence and trust of the consumer. So these are examples of claims that we make in businesses. We may make claims on nutritional information, nutritional claims, or it could be a claim on quid or key ingredients, or maybe it could be the alcohol percent. It could be in terms of, do we have illegal pesticide residues, or it could be illegal vet medicines. So all these okay, Charles, I can see you are talking.
Sorry, Kosa, it's okay. It's a personal, it's a private call.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
oh, okay. So when we are making claims, we need to look at all these claims. Are they genuine when we make compositional claims? Because we are looking at integrity. What is supposed to be in a product must be in a product. What is not supposed to be in a product must not be in a product. So when we talk about managing food integrity, we must make sure that what is supposed to be inside food is inside food. What is not supposed to be inside food is not inside the food. And also, we must identify the hazards and the risk to food safety. And also, when we talk about managing food integrity, we are also identifying vulnerability to threats to authenticity. That's why we will see we are going to talk about food fraud, because food fraud, it addresses issues of threat to authenticity. Food defense, it also addresses threats to authenticity of products. So let's talk about food fraud. I'll give an overview of food fraud prevention and also types of food fraud, examples of food fraud. We'll look at some terms and definitions, contributing factors to food fraud, and also we'll look at food fraud prevention, and we'll look at vulnerability assessments and control measures. Okay, Charles is indicating to me that I must end here. We'll start when we come back. Let's take a tea break.
Yes, guys. It's now tea break. We can break for tea for about 15 minutes. We've been trying. Cholo has really put us, on a busy trail this morning to try to figure out what biovigilance is. If anyone knows what it is, let's discuss, or maybe you can just put it on the chat, or we can just get that definition soon after tea time. So it's 15 minutes. So let's get back at quarter to 11 sharp. Thank you.
Mm.
All right, guys, I think most of us are here now. Right, thank you so much. How are we going? Is everything fine from your side? Any comments? Thanks, Zino. Obed, are you saying something? I can't see you, I can't hear you.
Hi, Charles.
Are we all back? Yes, Cholwe, I can see you. Is everything okay from your side? Sharp. Okay, Cholwe, since you are here, let's talk about biovigilance. Can you put your mic? Can you? Yeah. Let's talk about biovigilance. You know, you put us busy. You know, you got us busy. You know, the challenge is what you find if you Google, if you look on the internet what biovigilance is, like what Kota had indicated, it's about tissues, human tissues. It's about transplanting, transportation. You know, there's a lot of fraud around human tissues, right? But I was very worried because what does that have to do with food? You know, these are human tissues. So apparently there is another definition for biovigilance, which you can't easily find on the internet, even on the standard. When we did the standard, the ISO TS 2002 part 1, when we looked at the definitions, they don't define what biovigilance is, you know. But anyway, to make it short, we then found the definition in case of Nozipo. Biovigilance is the provision of information concerning the acts of bioterrorism, i.e. monitoring the act of bioterrorism to prevent it. So it's more or less what it says, you know, being vigilant about bioterrorism. So that's basically what it is, vigilant about bioterrorism. That is what biovigilance is with respect to food safety. I'll put it on the chat. I'll put this definition on the chat and also the source, because I also asked Nosipo to give me the source where she found that. So we have got that. Okay. Any other questions before we hand over to Kotsa? All right, okay. Silence means happiness. Kotsa, you can carry on.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Charles. Before we took our break, we were talking about brand claims. I was explaining about claims that food businesses make about their brands. But here we want now to talk about food fraud. Why it's important to protect your brand, because we are saying we must manage the integrity of our products. We must manage the integrity of our brands. What is in our brand or what is in our product, it must be what it is supposed to be. So now we want to move on to food fraud. How can we protect our brand? How can we manage integrity of our products? In 1981, there was an incident. Fraudsters in Spain were selling mineral oil as olive oil, and this caused an outbreak, which is known as toxic oil syndrome, or TOS. 20,000 people were affected, and about 600 people died from TOS. And among them, many people developed chronic diseases. And among the survivors, the prevalence of some chronic conditions such as scleroderma, anemia, neurological changes were very high. So this is a good example of food fraud. What the fraudsters were doing, they were selling mineral oil as olive oil, but apparently it caused problems for people. 600 people died and about 20,000 people were affected. And attempts to reproduce the condition in laboratory animals were very unsuccessful. And also no condition similar to TOS has been reported in the scientific literature. And laboratory findings suggest an autoimmune mechanism for TOS, such as high levels of seric soluble interleukin 2 receptor. In other words, this was a problem that had never been seen before. It's not even reported in scientific literature. So this is just some pictures showing the impact of the mineral oil, and of which killed about 600 people. And some of the individuals had long-term effects on individuals. It caused cancer in some individuals. I'm sure you remember about September 11, the 9/11 incident. After the 9/11 incident, that's only when the US Food Defense Program was promulgated. That's when they put it in place. And also the UK, they put up their program on CPNI and BSI, and also retailer crisis groups were formed after 9/11. And WHO, that's only when it started to think about food defense after the 9/11 event. If you look at China as well, it was only after the melamine incident, that's only when China put in place food laws. So what we are saying is, with all these incidents, it only takes a crisis for change to occur worldwide. Even if you look at the horse meat crisis that happened in Europe, that's only when we are talking now about food defense because of those crises. In 2009, was also peanut poisoning in the US that made about 19,000 people to be sick. And also think about 2011, there were also incidents of egg salmonella incident about that affected about 500 million eggs had to be recalled in 22 states. And that's only in the US when they came up with what is known as Food Safety Modernization Act. It was only after they had all this crisis. So all we are saying is it takes a crisis for changes to occur. Let's look at the horse meat crisis. I'm sure you are aware of the horse meat crisis that occurred in the UK. And what happened was some supermarkets were actually selling horse meat as beef. And the European horse meat scandal happened in 2013. The manufacturers knew what the retailers were doing, but they did not tell anyone. And also, and the incident had been going on for 2 years. Only when it was known, it means people had been eating horse meat for almost 2 years. And what is worrying is that some sports horses were also suspected to have entered the food chain. And the problem with the sports horses is that obviously they might have the residual drug, veterinary drug known as phenylbutazone. and this is banned in food animals. So that was the challenge. So in other words, food fraud was being committed as a way of making revenue, but at the same time, it can be a problem in terms of food safety, because in this case, sports horses were also being slaughtered, and they would likely carry veterinary drug known as phenylbutazone. With that incident, you can look at the impact to the retailers themselves. After the fraud was discovered, supermarkets were put on the spot, and also the brands were damaged. And Tesco lost almost 300 million of its share value. Obviously, when the incident was discovered, there were lots of jokes, people making jokes about the hospital crisis, and people had good laughs about the Tesco jokes. But also people realized later that actually it was betrayal of trust, and the trust was broken, and consumers felt cheated. And some people stopped eating beef. This was some of the impact on the consumers. And also some people stopped to trust in supermarkets and food control systems. And also there were questions about the government. Was it inspecting retailers? Was it inspecting the food industry? So these were some of the impacts from the horse meat crisis. Yeah, some of these jokes here. This is a cow, and this is not a cow. So these were some of the jokes that they were sharing. And this was a huge damage to the meat industry and reputation. And this also affected exports for the British industry. So what we are seeing when talking about food integrity, again, it's about what is supposed to be in the product must be in the product, and what is not supposed to be in the product must not be there. A lot of jokes were going on about the horse meat. So you can see some of these jokes here. The horse would. Also in South Africa, we had also some incidents which were known as the Horsegate incident in South Africa. What happened is Stellenbosch University carried out some studies in 2013. From their studies, they found out that 68% of about 139 meat products, they tested positive for adulterants. Some of the meat products contained soya, some contained donkey meat, some contained goat, and some had water buffalo. And their studies also confirmed that mislabeling of processed meat was common in South Africa, and there was violation of food labeling regulations. And also it posed economic, religious, and ethical and health impacts. In other words, with the introduction of other types of meats, obviously, consumers were being forced to eat products that they are not supposed to consume. Professor Lou Hoffman and SPSC, they commented that there may be large quantities of other unusual meats in circulation in South Africa. For example, possibly South Africans were eating kangaroo meat, perhaps giraffe, and mountain zebra. So also, again, this Horsegate issue actually was in South Africa as well. So when we talk about food integrity, it is really a global concern. There were so many incidents besides finding donkey meat in South Africa. There were also incidents of donkey meat consumption in China, and also the incidents of adulteration of milk in India, issues of false labeling in China. So that's why now we're talking about food fraud as a concern, and that's why FSSC has also introduced that food industry should put in place food fraud plans to control, make sure that we protect your brands. The other challenge when it comes to food fraud is the complexity of the supply chains. It's very difficult to trace or to have traceability of products. If you look at the horse meat scandal, all these countries were implicated, and it's very difficult to ensure traceability because of the global nature of the incident. So that's why now, if you see FSSC 2000 emphasizes also on traceability, same with ISO 22000, because it's important. Can you imagine in such a complex supply chain, if you have to do a recall, how would that happen if the traceability system is not intact? That would be a huge problem. So traceability has become very important, and it is now a cornerstone to food safety because it facilitates product recall and withdrawal. It also provides visibility of a complex and lengthy food supply chain, and it also helps to address public sensitivity to food origin. Very important. When we talk about public sensitivity to food origin, there are some consumers who are very particular about the origin of the products that they consume. Perhaps they don't want to consume something that comes from China. So that's why it's very important to make sure that in our documents, if traceability is very clear on the source of origin of a product. So now you see with the FSSC, as we've indicated, that's why they say you must have procedures and you must have a food fraud plan. They want to address issues of fraud. I will just go on. If you look at the horse meat incident, do you think it is a fraud or a food safety issue?
I think
horse meat
maybe
incident.
when you look at it, sometimes it depends to where you're coming from. Others would, I think maybe for them not declaring it as horse meat, that was definitely fraud. But in some parts of the world where people have different varieties of what food they like to eat, they wouldn't consider it fraud. But if these facilities maybe have had declared to say this is horse meat, I don't think it have been fair to us fraud. That's my line of thinking.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. Who else wants to contribute? What are your thoughts? Do you think the horse meat incident was fraud or a food safety issue?
I think.
Okay.
Go on. No, you go on.
Karabo, carry on.
Oh, okay. I think it's a food fraud issue because in other parts of the country, in the world, I mean, because in Lesotho it's a norm to eat horse meat, but in South Africa it's not a norm, or in other parts of the country, so it would be a fraud issue, not a food safety issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bet, what do you think?
Look, I concur with Karabo. It's a food fraud issue. The safety element, though, you could think about it if you consider that a drug that you mentioned, I think the phenol something, I can't remember the name, because that might present a challenge in terms of chemical residues inside the meat product when we cover the chemical hazards. But yeah, I think predominantly to fall more on the fraud side.
Yeah, so the intention really is to make revenue, but of food fraud, but then it may actually be a problem in terms of food safety, because the fraudsters are only thinking in terms of committing fraud to generate income. But then sometimes, like in this case, where they were using horse meat, which could also introduce a chemical food safety hazard, then it can become a food safety concern as well. But the intention of food fraud is mainly to generate income. It's for economic gain.
Yeah, because if I can just come in. Thank you for bringing those issues of food fraud. I just wanted to take it closer to home. For example, the facilities that I'm most familiar with among the participants is the Zambia facilities. Let's look at Master Pork. What are the implications of what we are saying here in terms of food fraud with respect to your operations? Because we have to understand why we have to be doing this, everything that Kota was talking about, from the brand integrity, going to food fraud now, and especially mixing of species. You remember we're talking about mixing of species. And also, when you guys are processing, you are putting various ingredients into your sausages, isn't it? From Zambia. Maybe Chama can tell us what are the implications of what we are saying here, and what are you going to do about it?
Are you asking if we're indicating what ingredients we're using for the sausages? Or
yes, what? Yes, especially when you do your processing, because yeah, maybe you can comment on that before I say what I want to say.
Oh, okay. We do indicate what it is that we are including in our products, and yeah, and if, like in the case, I think there was a recent case of somebody questioning whether or not we are using GMOs, and is that okay? In the case of say bacon, we are using a brine which includes a soy isolate, and this isolate is gotten from another country. And while Zambia doesn't use GMOs, we are aware that other countries may grow their soya using a GMO method. And so when we realized that, and after going through it with biosafety, we did include on our label to say it may have some GMO, not in relation to the meat, but in relation to one of the ingredients we're using, which was a soy isolate, which is a component of brine.
Yes. Definitely, yeah. Then the other question I have is, so it's about labeling everything that you have. The other question I have, maybe Dr. Mchepa can actually come in there, regarding brand damage. You know that you have got competitors. Everyone is trying to pull you down because of competition, and you really need to safeguard your brand. You know what happened the other time with Zambia, Dr. Mchepa? I'm not too sure whether you remember this. It's maybe we should have put it as one of the examples of brand damage, where there was Zambia was being accused of using, was it formaldehyde?
Yes.
Chemical. Yes. Yeah. Can you just tell us the story, Dr. Mchepa, if you know it?
I wasn't here that time.
Yeah, Karen?
Okay, so I wrote read it, but okay, apparently because I didn't know what this was.
Chama, maybe you can mute your mic if you are not talking to us. Okay, thank you. Yes, Dr. Mchepa.
Did you get that?
Yeah, Karen?
Yeah, so I'm saying I wasn't there at the time, but it's alleged that formaldehyde was used as a preservative material. So so they could keep products longer and they could look fresh and so on and so forth.
Yes, and it actually came in the newspapers. If you guys want to Google that, it's still there on the internet.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
still there.
yeah. So that is how you know, this is about food defense and food fraud. What Kosa is talking about brand integrity. How do you keep your brand? And then you have to prove that there's no formaldehyde. If somebody says to you there's formaldehyde in your product, you are putting formaldehyde in your product as a preservative, you have to prove that it's not there. It means a full investigation will be done, and you have to keep records. You have to, your labeling should be up to scratch, your records should be up to scratch, and everything. So that's why we have to do all these things that we're doing, that Kosa is talking about in terms of food fraud, food defense, brand protection, brand integrity, food integrity. That's the reason. So records, so that when there is an accusation, you are able to demonstrate that whatever they are accusing you is not there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
So
Charles.
I can carry on.
Let's just look at some terminology, following through what Charles is saying, because ideally you have to control starting from your raw materials, because your raw materials can be the ones that where fraud has been committed, and that will be affecting you as a business. But let's also get through, let's look at these definitions. So if you look at the definition for fraud, food fraud is an emerging food safety threat that involves the deliberate and intentional substitution, or it could be addition or tampering or mispresentation of food ingredients or food packaging. Acts of food fraud also can be false or misleading statements that are made about a product for economic gain. So acts of food fraud can include substitution, addition of what is not supposed to be there, or it could be tampering, it could be misrepresentation, or it could be false or misleading statements about a product. And this is done for economic gain. Past 96, 2017, it defines food fraud as dishonest act or omission relating to the production or supply of food, which is intended for personal gain or to cause loss to another party. So when we talk about food fraud prevention,
Moderator, hello, moderator.
Hello.
I have a question.
Yes.
Just 1 second. Please, you can expect a visit from the ministry.
When today?
No, anytime.
Okay.
Okay. They want to check for COVID protocol.
Okay. Sorry for that. Yeah, I wanted to find out, since we're talking about food fraud, what has come to my mind is food adulteration. So in relation to food fraud, how would we now distinguish between food fraud and food adulteration? Because this is, we're talking about intentional addition of any substance to the, to the food product.
Yeah, thanks, John. Food adulteration is also an example of food fraud. So let's say, for example, someone is, you are buying milk from a milk supplier, and if they adulterate or they add water to milk to make up for volume, that's adulteration. That is also food fraud. So it's an act of fraud as well. So in other words, these are all examples: replacements, substitution, additions, or so adulteration actually is addition of another component that is not supposed to be there. So that is an example of food fraud. Are you answered? Okay, thank you. So when we talk about another term that we need to look at with a definition from BRC, we talk about food fraud prevention. This is collective term encompassing intentional substitution, addition, tampering, or misrepresentation of food or feed, or food or feed ingredients, or food or feed packaging. And it could be labeling product information, or false or misleading statements made about a product for economic gain that could impact consumer health. So this is another definition while talking about food fraud prevention. But ideally, we are saying food fraud can be committed in many different ways. We'll look at examples of food fraud just now. So some examples include, let's say in the meat industry, if we sell food which is unfit and potentially harmful, for example, recycling animal byproducts back into the food chain, that is food fraud. Or if we pack and sell beef and poultry with an unknown origin, that is food fraud. Or unknowingly selling goods which are past their use-by date, that is another example of food fraud. I'm sure we've seen some businesses who are busy replacing stickers and changing use-by dates. That is fraud. And sometimes it can be deliberate misdescription of food. For example, products substituted with a cheaper alternative. For example, if you're in the business of selling fish, some fish markets substitute salmon and sell it as wild salmon. Or maybe it can be basmati rice. It can be adulterated with the cheaper types of rice. Again, that is food fraud. So adulteration, for example, if you take part of basmati rice and add part of maybe a cheaper variety, that's adulteration, and that is food fraud. It's not allowed, that's not accepted. Food fraud also involves making false statements about the source of ingredients. So if, for example, if we are selling a product in Zambia, and maybe you have imported from China, and then you label it as produced in Zambia, that is fraud. So if we lie about geographic origin of products or the plant or animal origin, that also is fraud. So any changes in terms of false statements, that is an example of fraud. Also, fraud may also involve the sale of meat from animals that have been stolen or that have been illegally slaughtered, as well as wild animals like deer that may have been poached. So poached animals, it's also, if they are being sold, it's also an example of fraud. In South Africa, we had an incident where South Africa had to suspend meat from Brazil. What was happening in Brazil, they were actually selling meat that was almost going off, and they would use chemicals to make it look good. So that is also an example of fraud. So South Africa is, according to this record, South Africa suspended meat imports from Brazil, citing a scandal in the South American country's meat processing industry. Police in Brazil have launched raids to investigate alleged bribes paid to conceal unsanitary conditions. So again, that is an example of fraud. Other examples, mislabeling, substitution, adulteration, counterfeiting, all these are examples of fraud. Counterfeiting, it's when a product looks like the original. But if you look at here, This is Tebaron, and this one, it's a counterfeit. It's labeled Tolalol. But if you don't look carefully, you would think it's the same product. Even when you look at the M&Ms, or yeah, some products. So yeah, those are examples of counterfeiting. It looks like the original. Typical examples. Let's look at substitution. Yes, sunflower oil can be sold as mineral oil, or it can be sold as peanut oil, especially olive oil. I'm sure you've seen some products on the market where part of the olive oil is substituted with a vegetable oil. It could be sunflower oil, it could be peanut oil. So in other words, it's expensive to buy olive oil. So what the fraudsters do, they substitute part of the, they dilute part of the olive oil and substitute it with a vegetable, which is a cheaper ingredient. Because remember, food fraud, it's about economic gain. Another example is dilution. For example, use of water or ice. If you go to restaurants, for example, they may actually put a lot of ice blocks, and then a little bit of your drink or your juice. So that is a typical example of fraud. Or sometimes they can be counterfeits. Let's say some spirits that come, or some wines, they can easily be counterfeited, and you get a counterfeit product. And then also unauthorized improvements, like the melamine incident. They wanted to boost the protein content, and they ended up using melamine as a substitute for milk. So it's a cheaper, actually using a cheaper ingredient and substituting for a more expensive one. And then also selling products on the black market, selling of undeclared product, that is fraud as well. Then issues of labeling, we spoke about them, labeling on origin based before dates, or maybe in not telling the truth about a product being an organic product. Also another example is dissimulation. Here food color is applied to fresh fruit to cover defects, or maybe dyes are used to improve the appearance of a product. Let's say you are canning tomato juice, for example, some dyes can be added and to improve the appearance of the product. So all those, if they are not done according to regulations, that can be fraud. We've got a lot of examples that we can look at. All these are other examples here, different ways of examples. You can look at them in your manual. So if you look at the explanation, according to your question here, if you look at dilution, what is dilution? Dilution is partial replacement or addition of an alternate food product or ingredient to an authentic product. So normally this is done to increase the overall weight or volume of a product, like the example I gave of milk, where the fraudster can actually add water to milk. That is an example of dilution, and that is adulteration. Dilution, for example, dilution of honey. We know honey is more expensive than sugar syrups. So fraud can be committed in, let's say you want to buy honey. Honey can be diluted with sugar syrups, or dilution of fruit juices with alternate juices, which are cheaper, or dilution with water, or maybe flavorings and over icing of fish. Okay, so the examples of substitution, we spoke about fraud being committed on different species. Yes.
Yeah, on your other examples of food fraud on dilution, it says watered down products with non-potable or unsafe water. So if they use safe water, it would be okay? Or it's just that it watered
No,
down
so
regardless?
Okay, yes, that's where the problem comes in with the food fraud. The intention for economic gain, but then sometimes fraudsters, they don't know that they actually also introducing a food safety concern. So in this case, the intention is to dilute to water down a product, let's say the milk. But if it's done with unsafe water, then it becomes a food safety issue. The fraud is only about issue of the dilution that has been committed. Then it can also become a food safety concern.
Yeah, because can I just also add that, you know, when somebody is committing fraud, you are violating all the food safety regulations. And there's no expectation that you are going to follow any procedures. You are going to do it correctly, you know. So that's why all fraudulent products, they are potentially unsafe. You know, we should actually consider them unsafe. Here in South Africa and probably in Zambia as well, you know, this the water, the mineral water or the bottled water. It's just that we don't have a lot of time. We could have shown you some videos, you know, of food fraud, but we just have 3 hours. If it was a full day training, classroom face to face, we've got more time. So here in Joburg, they are actually bottling water using the municipal, municipal water pipes, fire hydrant. You know, those fire hydrants, and they've got factories in Joburg where they take the Velpri bottles, you know, labeled bottles of Velpri, and then they Velpri, and then they fill those with fire hydrant water. And they sell it as a Velpri product. So that's why it's important for you to actually, that's the brand protection that we're talking about. Velpri is being abused, and if anything happens, because this is water from the fire hydrant, and it can cause food poisoning. So Velpri is responsible. So Velpri needs to, you know, or Coca-Cola that produces Velpri, it needs to make sure that its packaging, you know, they need to safeguard their packaging so that there's no potential food fraud, there's no potential use of their packaging. You know, so that's another example. I also wanted to just mention, especially to Dr. Mchepa, regarding the receiving of stolen cattle or stolen animals. You know, I know you guys, you deal with a lot of live animals. So issues of traceability, the onus is on you guys to demonstrate that those animals, to demonstrate the origin of those animals. Because if somebody accuses you of slaughtering stolen animals, how are you going to prove that person wrong if you don't have a traceability system? You know, so food fraud can be committed by yourselves, or you can actually be accused of committing food fraud, and then you have to defend yourself. So that's why records are important. That's why you need to have a food defense plan or food fraud plan that demonstrates you have taken all due diligence to protect your products. That is the whole key about food fraud. Because it's either you can commit food fraud yourself as an organization, knowingly and intentionally, you know, for economic gain, or you can be accused that you are committing food fraud. So you have to have records to disprove whoever is trying to bring you down. Okay, thanks, Kota.
Charles,
Thanks, Charles. Okay.
if I can just add on there and also pose a question. The example of Coca-Cola, there's also some guys in Cape Town that are actually producing Coca-Cola. The bottling is the same, the label is the same, but the batch number is different. So on whose laps does that fall on? Does it fall on Coca-Cola's laps for them to prove that the other guys are making counterfeit product, or South African legislation has to step up or step in to kind of curb down these counterfeit products in the market? Because there's a question posed there, like on the group. I mean, how do we have these counterfeit products on the shelf, and why is it not? There's no regulation on people who are supposed to be getting these products off the shelves, especially in reputable retail shops.
Yes, Obed. Good question. Good question. Coca-Cola is supposed to, that is brand protection. Coca-Cola is supposed to protect its brand. They are supposed to do vigilance. That's what we're talking about, well, to some extent, biovigilance. They're supposed to be vigilant on what is happening on the market. You know, so, and also when there's an investigation, say suppose there is now a food poisoning traced from this counterfeited bottle of Coca-Cola. It's the onus is now on Coca-Cola to prove that it's not their product. Maybe through the badge numbers that you are talking about, so they should have all the records in place to demonstrate, because it becomes an issue when it becomes a court case. You know, when people go to court, then Coca-Cola, if it has not been keeping proper records and they can't prove that that counterfeit product is not theirs, then they take responsibility.
Yeah, it's a huge ask, I must say. It's a huge ask because it's everywhere. It's everywhere. But how does it get into the retail market, mainstream? That's the worry.
Again, thanks. On the retail issue now. Again, you know, like here, there's Consumer Goods Council, right? And then there is the issue of barcoding.
Yeah.
The retail is also supposed to be FSSC 22000 certified. You know, the retail guys.
Yeah.
They are supposed to follow all the food safety guidelines. So if retail guys are selling counterfeit products, then they take responsibility for that, because traceability of the product is also about traceability. That's why traceability is a big thing. You need to trace backwards and forwards where your product is gone and where your product is coming from. If you can't demonstrate that, tough luck, you know, then you take responsibility. Because the thieves, you see, the thieves, you can't catch them. It will be easy to just catch the thieves, you know, and then you throw them in jail. But those crooks are very difficult to get. So that's why we have to be very vigilant. And that is the whole thing about due diligence, you know, due diligence as an organization. Because there are a lot of people, crooked people out there who are out there to make money and they are not registered. They can't be followed. You can't trace them, you know, because they are not registered. So the onus is on you as an organization to make sure that you can identify your products in the market.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Obed. Okay. We're just going through some examples. You can read about them. We have also what is known as artificial enhancement. This is addition of unapproved chemical additive to artificially enhance the quality or other attributes of that product. For example, the use of malachite green in fish production, or the use of Sudan dyes in chili powder. So that is artificial enhancement. Sometimes the problem is that the quality of the product is improved by unapproved chemicals, and that can cause problems in terms of safety. And also, if you look for example, Sudan dyes, they've been prohibited, but some suppliers, unscrupulous suppliers, they are still using these dyes, which have been unapproved. Other examples are, let's say, mislabeling. Here, some non-organic products can be labeled as organic. That's the problem, that's fraud. Or sometimes some products are sold as egg, let's say cage-free eggs. And yet maybe the chickens were kept in cages. Or some products may be sold as kosher, and yet it's not kosher, or halal, and yet it's not halal. So all these are acts of fraud.
Yeah, Kota, sorry. You remember, coming back to halal, somebody talked about halal. If we can just discuss that quickly. Who spoke about halal and kosher? Was it Obed?
Yeah, I just mentioned in the red meet about that, yeah, the whole halal story and kosher story is very big,
yeah,
because of the communities we've got in, let's say, typically Cape Town. So it's I mean, it's funny, there's a Muslim halal body that has actually developed and incorporated food safety, halal, as part of one certification. I'm not sure of the name right now. So it's big because, yeah, for revenue, people will just take product into the halal line, knowing the communities, they will get the product sold. I think if you remember, sorry, you mentioned a couple of examples. There was the Orion incident in Cape Town. I think that was about 4 years back, where they actually declared halal all their meat products, but none of it was allowed. And those guys were pushing like, mega tons per month in terms of I mean, what's this meat? Yeah.
Yeah. So all this is about food fraud, and sometimes what happens, the owner of the organization might not even know it, because production managers, they are being paid bonuses on revenue, right? So a production manager can actually commit fraud without the owner knowing, and the owner is seeing money coming in, and he doesn't know where the money is coming from, because the guy is committing fraud. So as a business, we need to guard against that, because once we are caught, then the business goes under, and we all go under with the business. So as quality managers or food safety managers, it's our responsibility to make sure that that's why we are training you on this food fraud, so that you don't see fraud being committed in your organization and you keep quiet. It's our responsibility to ensure that we protect the customers, we protect the business. Thank you.
Thank you for the contribution. What I just want also to add on is the intentional distribution of contaminated product. We spoke on the first day about the Salmonella incident from that organization that was selling Peanut Butter Corporation of America. They were deliberately selling peanut products, which they knew that they were contaminated with Salmonella. So intentional distribution of contaminated product, it is considered fraud. So products can be sold despite knowledge of foodborne contamination. So that is an example of food fraud. So when we pick up laboratory results and still push the product into the market, when we know the product is intentional, it is actually contaminated with, for example, listeria, then that is a food safety concern, and it is also food fraud concern. Then there are all these other examples. You can use them. You are going to do an activity at home where you are going to look at, to create a food fraud plan. So we just give you more examples that you can consider when you are going to look at your own products and looking at the ingredients, what are potential food fraud activities that can be done pertaining to your own ingredients, your own packaging material, and so forth. So all these are just other examples that you can look at. Also, I just want to mention also that even removal of a component that is supposed to be in your product, if you remove a component which is supposed to be in your product without informing the consumer, then again, that is food fraud. So that can also be done for your own raw materials. Your supplier can remove an expensive ingredient in a particular raw material and not inform you. That is fraud, and you can lose in terms of your costs. You can still, because you can still sell the product at the same price, and yet they would have removed a particular component of your raw material. So you need, as a business, we need to be looking at this and address that in our food fraud plan. So removal of an authentic and valuable constituent without purchaser's knowledge, that is fraud. For example, in paprika, they remove certain components in paprika and still sell it as at the original price. If you look at food fraud, we said it's economically, it's mainly for economic gain. So we call it economically motivated adulteration. For example, if you look at in the USA, most common form of fraud is substitution, followed by dilution, and then also artificial enhancement. Now, I'm sure you've seen some apples that are very nice and shiny because of that enhancement that is done, and also counterfeit and many others. So when we do food fraud, when we look at vulnerability assessments, we need to know this history. Which ones are the most common acts of fraud? We need to know them and look at our own ingredients, our own packaging material, and all other raw materials, and consider where fraud is likely to be committed. We have top 10 foods for food fraud. Number 1, it's olive oil, easily to substitute it with other oils. Then also fish. Normally it will be an issue of, normally it will be wild fish being substituted with or replaced with farmed fish. Or then sometimes a lot of suppliers may claim that this product is organic food, when yet it's not even organic. And then also milk is easily substituted or diluted. Then grains, here we're talking about rice. If you want basmati rice, it can be easily also diluted with other types of rice. Then also honey, coffee, spices, wine, fruit juices. These are very common foods that can be easily substituted. So why are we talking about them? If you use any of these foods as part of your ingredients, you need to be looking at them, because they are potential foods that can, where fraud can be committed by the suppliers. These are the same, just for your information. You can get more information on how can this be substituted. For example, if you look at milk alone, it can easily be tempered with vegetable oil or whey or buffalo milk, melamine, formaldehyde, caustic soda, detergents, and cane sugar. So all these can be adulterants in milk. So if we're to pick olive oil, soybean, it can be adulterated with corn oil, sunflower oil, palm oil, sesame oil, rapeseed oil, hazelnut oil, and so on. So this is just information for you to use if you are using any of these foods as your part of your ingredients. Okay, so if you look at food fraud, when we want to manage food integrity, a recommendation by a group known as Think Tank, they say, for us to prevent fraud, you have to think like a criminal, because this is a criminal act. You have to think that what would a criminal do? If I were a criminal, what would I do with these products? So in other words, we are saying when you are going to do your vulnerability assessments, you have to think like a criminal. It's no longer science. This is a criminal activity where you are going to look at supply chain mapping. You are going to look at socio-economic issues. Where can fraud be committed? You have to look at behavioral issues, geographical or political issues, historical issues. Has this product been involved in fraud before? For example, if you are dealing with olive oil, already historically you know that olive oil is involved in fraud issues. We'll talk about the vulnerability control plan later. Okay. So when we look at the food fraud temptation model, again, all food fraud and food crime is economically motivated. And not all food fraud relates to food safety, but it can be a food safety issue. And the most driver for food safety, it's not food safety, but it's financial gain is the driver for food fraud. Normally, it's about, is it profitable? What is the risk of detection? Is it easy to carry out? So in other words, when a fraudster is about to carry out fraud, or if your supplier is about to carry out fraud, they have to check, is it profitable for them to do it? What is the risk of detection? Is it easy to carry out? So there are so many factors that you need to consider when we are dealing with food fraud. So many factors contribute to why fraud can be committed. For example, if we have financial crisis, obviously our suppliers, they can commit fraud. For example, they might have to look they have to consider cheaper substitutes so that they'll still be able to supply the same component that you want. Maybe it could be rising food prices. It could be demand for cheap food, so that can push a supplier to commit fraud. Complex food supply chain, they know that they won't be detected, so they are likely to commit fraud. If there's no risk of detection, that is a contributing factor to someone to commit fraud. Also, if there's lack of focus on detecting fraud, if the supplier notices that you don't even do supply audits, you don't even check or analyze the ingredients, they are likely to commit fraud. If there's lack of strong deterrent or strong penalties, again, a supplier is likely to commit fraud. So there are many factors that we need to look at that can actually lead to food businesses or suppliers to commit fraud. Okay, so these are just some notes. I just want us, because of our time, I want us to quickly move on to how to do vulnerability assessments. We just have some cases, examples of cases that you can read through. For example, in 2013, there were allegations that were reported that a food factory in Asia was labeling cooking oil as peanuts or chili and olive when it contained none of these seeds. So that was fraud. In 2013, it was reported that 1/3 of retail fish in the US was mislabeled. Examples included tilapia sold as red snapper or tailfish sold as halibut. All these are just examples. So you can read about these examples. For example, buffalo mozzarella in Italy was adulterated with cow's milk. So in other words, this Italian producer was selling buffalo mozzarella, but obviously cow's milk was cheaper, so they had to adulterate it with the cow's milk. So all these are just examples. You can read about them in your manual. I just want us to go to, there's a case number 5 that I just want to bring to your attention. In 2016, customs officials in Nigeria, they confiscated about 2.5 tons of rice, which they suspected was made from plastic. So that was another type of fraud, a case study that you can look at. But I would skip most of this. Let's move on to how to fight against the fraud in your business. How can you protect your business from fraud? For example, from your suppliers of packaging material, from your suppliers of ingredients and other raw materials. First, the basic steps, you must understand why people could carry out fraud. We spoke about the contributing factors earlier on. So if you are in an economic crisis, like perhaps current situation, obviously fraud is likely to be committed because suppliers, they still want to be business and they can commit fraud. Then also, after you understand why people want to carry out fraud, we conduct a vulnerability risk assessment and implement a monitoring strategy. But what do we mean by vulnerability assessment? First, we must understand what vulnerability is. Vulnerability is weakness or a gap in your protection measures. So in other words, you need to understand where are the gaps, where is fraud likely to be committed in your products or your raw materials. So food fraud vulnerability assessment is a process in which information is collected at the appropriate points along the supply chain. So here you need to collect information along the supply chain, including raw materials, ingredients, products, and packaging, and evaluate it to highlight and prioritize significant vulnerabilities. And then this information is what you are going to include in your food fraud vulnerability control plan. So what we are saying is you need to look at the supply chain, looking at your raw materials, your ingredients, products, your packaging. Where is fraud likely to be committed? When you identify these vulnerabilities, then you need to evaluate them so that you can be able to prioritize in terms of mitigation. Similar approach like when we're talking about risks earlier on. So here we are looking at vulnerabilities or gaps that are in your protection measure against the fraud. So how do you assess potential fraud? So the information that you can consider when you are doing an assessment, if you want to know if any of your ingredients is likely to be involved or your supplier of an ingredient is likely to commit fraud, first you must consider historical evidence of either substitution or adulteration of the ingredient. You also consider ease of access to the raw materials through the supply chain. Other factor to consider is nature of raw material. For example, if a raw material is a powder, it's very easy to substitute because it's very easy to mix in a way that you don't see that the product has been adulterated. Or maybe if it's a liquid, it's very easy perhaps to adulterate it because it's not easy to detect that there was some tampering that have happened to a product. Another factor to consider in terms of assessing potential for fraud is any emerging issues and information identified. In other words, if you hear that there was fraud on regarding with horse meat being substituted for beef, it means also you need to look at that from your own perspective of your own products, from perspective of your own business. Also, you consider economic issues. If it is a valuable ingredient, it's likely to be substituted for a cheaper alternative. Another aspect to consider is availability. For example, a poor harvest may restrict availability and may increase the potential for adulteration. So what we are saying is, if there's poor harvest, obvious the supplier would want to look for alternatives so that they can continuously supply the raw material. Can you follow? Are we okay? Can you understand me? Can you unmute?
Sorry, yeah. I see Obed has got a thumbs up. Okay, Zino thumbs up, Roslyn thumbs up, Sergio thumbs up, Chama thumbs up, 100%.
Okay. Because it's a bit quiet, no one is asking questions or stopping me.
You asked us to think like thieves, so we're not used to it.
they are busy thinking like thieves. Yeah, that's a good one, Obed. Think like a thief. You know, while we give Kotai a bit of a pause, she'll probably talk about it, but I thought let me just talk about it while we think about it, while our minds are active, because we've got an activity that we're going to do, which is your food fraud plan for your organization, you know. And you can see that Kotai is talking about suppliers. That's where most of the fraud is coming from, you know, your suppliers. You know, if very little of the fraud is happening in your organization. It can happen, but most of the, and you've got control over that. What you don't have control is what is happening outside your organization. So that's why she's talking about all these telltale signs of potential. So when you are doing a fraud plan, it's about potential. It's about what can go wrong, you know? And then you also look at hypothetical situations, even within, you know. I'll give you an example. But that one is on food defense. I think Kosa will talk about that one on food defense. So let's focus on food fraud for now. Yeah, so you need to actually look at what can potentially go wrong within your organization. Who might want to commit fraud? You know, who has got the potential to commit fraud? And if your guys are honest, it doesn't mean that you're accusing them, but you are saying the general manager, you know, you're looking at what potential can the general manager do. But you're not just looking at the existing general manager, you're looking at if there's a new general manager who comes and they want to commit fraud, what can they do? So that's the approach that you can take. Instead of accusing the current general manager to say, you know, you might actually commit fraud here and there and here and there. You can say, if a new general manager comes, and you can actually do this with your general manager, to say, tell us if somebody is going to replace you, or if you resign and somebody comes in, where can they commit fraud? So that's one, that's internal. And you look at all the supervisors, all the functions, and then you then look at your suppliers now, your supply chain, you know. So all the steps that are coming through, including transportation. Because when your ingredients are in transit, the driver can commit fraud. You know, the driver can go via another factory, offload the genuine product and load in the fake product. So all those things are, and how do you mitigate against that? How do you mitigate against logistics, you know, fraud being committed during transportation? And then on site with the supplier, how do you mitigate fraud being committed by the supplier in their own factory? Because they can do that in their own factory. So this is the activity that you are going to do, and it's a very easy activity if you just think like a criminal. Okay, thanks, Koza.
Okay, Charles. So we're just looking at factors or what to look for when you are assessing an ingredient or you are assessing a raw material. So we are saying, for example, if one of your products you use, let's say, let's think of maybe you are in the sugar industry. Obviously, if there is poor harvest of sugar cane, what can the supplier do? Are they likely to mix sugar cane plus maybe another type of plant? Maybe they can introduce maybe sorghum or whatever that can help in terms of making up for the weight. So that's the kind of thinking that you need to be doing like criminals. So when there is poor harvest, obviously fraud is likely to be committed. So if, for example, you are in the meat industry, let's say if there is a disease, what are the suppliers likely to do? Are they likely to pass on the diseased animal for slaughter and so on? So you need to be looking at that as well. That must be addressed in your food fraud plan. Other issues is, if you do not conduct routine testing, if the supplier knows that you are not testing for identified or you don't identify potential adulterants, then obviously fraud will be committed because they know you're not testing the ingredients. So sophistication of routine testing to identify adulterants, if it's not there, then fraud is likely to be committed. Then also, country of origin, it's a type of fraud. And the length and complexity of the supply chain. If you've got supplier of supplier of supplier, fraud is likely to be committed somewhere. Look for it like this. If an ingredient comes from, maybe it comes from China, that's the origin, but it comes via, perhaps it comes via Dubai, comes via another country and so on. So if the supply chain is long, fraud is likely to be committed. So when you look at your ingredients, you need to know the supplier of supplier of supplier of supplier until you get to the origin of that ingredient. If it's a long chain, then you must know that fraud is likely to occur. So when we assess potential for fraud, you need to ask yourselves these questions. For example, you can ask yourself, are low-cost substitute materials available? If there's a low-cost substitute material available that looks like your ingredient, substitution is likely to occur. So fraud is likely to happen. If there have been significant material cost increases, if there is an increase, obviously the supplier is going to look for a cheaper alternative. So they are likely to commit fraud. Obviously, they will still maintain their price or even increase the price. Okay, thank you, Charles.
Yes, I'm trying to moderate here. I know we've got a lot to cover, but it's now 12:05. Maybe because if you like, and if everybody agrees, you can just wind down in 5 minutes, and then we give then people can go and read.
Say that again, Charles.
You can wind down in 5 minutes if you like, and then people can just go, the participants can go and read the rest of the stuff because it's now 12:05.
Okay. Or are we available to continue?
Okay, let's show. How long do you need to continue, Kotsa? How many minutes?
Maybe let's just cover the factors. Then tomorrow we start the actual food fraud. What we need to do.
So shall we say 15 minutes?
Okay, just to cover the factors.
Okay, guys, are we all happy to carry on? Let's say do those thumbs up, or you can, I'm not too sure whether there's a thumbs down. There's no thumbs down. Okay, thumbs up from Zaino. Who else? I don't see Chama. Sergio, are you okay? All right, Yamo, are you okay? All right, great. So it looks like we've got almost 100 or 90%. So let's carry on, Kotsa. Another 15 or 20 minutes.
All right. So, okay, just looking at this slide, there are also areas that you need to look at for you when you are doing your vulnerability assessments. So we are saying you need to assess potential for fraud, how fraud is likely to occur. So for example, you can ask yourself these questions in your team. However, the name of the team that you are going to have, maybe it will be your food safety team or a food fraud team, or it's going to be a business continuity team, however you're going to mention it. But it's going to, okay, you're going to do this as a team, asking yourself these questions. For example, you can ask yourself, has pressure increased on suppliers' trading margins? If they have to improve their margins, obviously food fraud is likely to occur. Or do you trust your suppliers, managers, and their suppliers managers? Because fraud is likely also to occur. Do key suppliers use personal security practices, and so on? So in other words, you need to go through these questions. And if these answers are yes, some of them, it means there's likely to be fraud to be committed. So how do you do your food fraud assessments? First, you must establish a risk management group or your food fraud group or your food safety team. And then you must identify risk areas, or in other words, you must identify those vulnerable areas. You must identify those gaps in your system. And then you must understand and assess risk. In other words, you must do the vulnerability assessment to know which ingredients are likely to be involved, what type of fraud, and what are the contributing factors. And you must now do the risk assessment where you actually look at probability of occurrence and the impact if it happens, all that, just like what we do for us. And then you must put now risk response strategy or your mitigation strategy to counter that risk. And then you must implement the strategy. And also you must monitor your controls that you have put in place. Can you see that is the same concept, just like HASU, where you have to develop ways of controlling the risk, and you have to implement, and you still have to monitor that your strategy that you have put in place, it's working. And then you must also sit as the food fraud team and review and refine the process, and the process continues continuously. So when we are conducting vulnerability risk assessment, first you must have a team, identify a team, then you draw a list of raw materials or group of raw materials that you use in your, so you are looking at products and the raw materials for that product, including packaging. Then you identify potential adulteration or a potential food fraud issues. Looking at all those examples we spoke about, you must now look at your own ingredients and packaging material and other important materials that you might use to consider where would fraud occur, what type of fraud will occur. Then you evaluate level of risk. Then you must review your controls and identify additional controls. Obviously, when you are doing this vulnerability assessment, you must always justify your decisions. You must record your justifications so that when you review, you remember why you considered it as a high risk or low risk. You must justify. Then you must implement your plan, verify that your plan is working, and continuously review the plan. I will show you, we've got a spreadsheet that we'll discuss tomorrow, how you actually implement this plan, actually how you document the plan. So the team is slightly different from ASIP team. You obviously have your production, but here you also introduce your HR team, purchasing, your site security, engineering, logistics. It's very important now to include even IT team, because we are now talking about fraud. Fraud can be committed, and we need the resources from HR, because they're also involved in selection of personnel and so on. Very important. How do we evaluate risk? We can use a risk assessment from BRC. This first assessment, it tries to calculate what is called a PRN, or a priority risk number. How do you get your PRN? You must look at likelihood of occurrence. If we are talking about substitution in an ingredient, we ask ourselves, how likely is it likely to occur? And then we also talk of terms of likelihood of detection. If it happens, how likely is it to be detected? Then also we talk in terms of profitability. So we get our PRN according to BRC by multiplying our likelihood of occurrence times likelihood of detection times the profitability. So we'll show you factors. How do you establish the profitability? How do you establish likelihood of detection? How do you establish likelihood of occurrence? From all those aspects that we're discussing earlier on, you can actually put them according to likelihood of occurrence, likelihood of detection, and likelihood of profitability. For example, factors that determine likelihood of occurrence, they include historical incidents. If you know that your ingredient has been previously implicated in a fraud case, then obviously there's a likelihood of occurrence. Or maybe it's an emerging concern. You hear it in food safety seminars, you hear it from publications, then obviously there is a likelihood of occurrence. You also look at economic factors, price fluctuations. Then if there are economic changes, obviously there's a likelihood of occurrence. Then you also look at geographic origin. Obviously, if it's coming from, for example, China, what do you think, Chom, if your ingredient is coming from China?
From China, as at now, I would definitely think twice about the ingredients from China, because there are so many scandals that have happened from China. There's too much adulteration, too much. They can make anything. So with them, anything is kind of possible. Like, we hear stories even just here within local in Zambia where they are injecting chickens, which will grow within 3 weeks. So if it's an ingredient from China, then I'll be very skeptical. But if I'm looking for an ingredient that is coming maybe from Germany or the UK, I might feel a bit comfortable, but not as much as China.
Thank you so much. So in other words, we are saying the geographic origin is very important. We need to know where is this ingredient coming from. Yes, Charles?
Yeah, it's good that Kota, you've asked that question, because it's a tricky question, right? You might think that if it's coming from Germany, it's okay. How about if it is coming via Germany from China? So that is the complex That is the complex food supply chains that Kota was talking about. You remember the slide that you showed about the complex food supply chain? Things can come from anywhere, via anywhere. So how you look at it should not be different. You know, you should do your due diligence carefully, whether it's coming from Germany, the UK, wherever there is potential for fraud anyway.
So now we want to, because we now want to establish our occurrence rate, so we need to assess where is it coming from, where is each geographic origin where fraud is likely to be committed. So it helps us to be able to rank a rate of occurrence, whether it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you see. So now we also need to look at all these factors. If it has happened, for example, if you take historical incident, if it has happened before, in other words, in our ranking on likelihood of occurrence, we can put a higher value because it has happened before and it's likely to occur again. So if you look at complexity of supply chain, if it is a complex supply chain, then in our rating or ranking, we are going to likely to give it a higher rate because fraud is likely to be committed. If there's ease of access to raw materials by fraudsters, then again, that would be a good determining factor that is likely to occur. Then also, when you look at the nature of raw material, you must look at your raw material. Let's say it's salt, for example. Your raw material is salt. In other words, when we look at the physical form of salt, if it's powdered salt compared to granular salt, which one do you think fraud is likely to occur? Sergio.
Sorry? What's that?
Yes, we are trying to determine likelihood of occurrence. So we have to look at all those factors on the screen. They will help us to give a rate. So if you look at the nature of a raw material, if the raw material is powdered, and if the same raw material that you can use can be manufactured as granulars, which one do you think is likely to be adulterated or substituted?
Yeah.
The granular one or the powder one?
The granules.
Why do you say so?
Because is the same of the raw material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm looking, because I'm looking at the charts here. Maybe Zaino can also contribute.
Yes. Actually, yeah. Can you come in, Zaino? Thanks, Sergio.
I was thinking powder because I mean, powder is quite easy to substitute. It is. I mean, if you look at salt powder and you look at baby powder, you look at sugar, it all looks the same. So I think it would be easier to do fraud on powder than on granular.
Yes, yes. So that's very correct. So that's very important. So when we look at raw materials, we must look at their physical form. That nature of that raw material can be a target for fraud. So we need to look at that. So if it's a liquid and if it's a powder, it's likely to be adulterated. Okay. Then also we spoke about seasonality, harvest variability, all that, those are factors. If any of your ingredients is affected by season, then it's likely to be affected in terms of fraud. So fraud is likely to occur. Then availability of adulterants or substitutes. What are we saying? If, for example, we are buying vanilla, we know there's an available substitute known as vanillin. So we are saying if there is an available substitute for your ingredient, any fraud is likely to occur if that substitute is cheaper than your ingredient that you want. Okay. Then also the issues of complexity and cost of committing fraud. If someone is to commit fraud, what will be the impact if they are caught? Then that's another area to look at. In your country, if someone was to commit fraud, for example, in China, they did that with melamine and they were executed. What about in Zambia?
In Zambia, it would depend on the person who has committed the crime, in my own opinion. You know, sometimes it's like most of our law enforcers, they have not really taken these things so serious. It's just now that they're passing in things to do with the food safety bill and everything else. So, and there are other organizations that are coming up like the CCCPC, the Consumer Protection Commission, which is at least trying to prosecute such people. But, you know, if the company has got so much money, they can easily go back door and then, you know, maybe bribe or something like that. But we hope in the future that, you know, we can intensify things. I mean, we are the same people who are supposed to be doing these things and protecting the consumers.
Yeah, you know, just a comment, because also, like you mentioned, you know, in China is a very interesting country in the sense that it does not tolerate nonsense within its borders. You know, within your borders, you commit fraud, you can get executed. You know, even when they are negotiating deals, I've been following some politics. You know, there are certain things that they do in Africa that they'll never do in China.
Yeah. No, thanks, Charles, for that input. Yeah, so these are factors when you want to establish likelihood of occurrence. So you are going to do this for all your ingredients, but if they are similar, let's say you use the same ingredient in different products, you can just group similar products. In our explain as we look at the spreadsheet. Then also you need to look at factors that guide you in terms of detection, likelihood of detection. Again, geographic origin, easy access to raw materials, length and complexity of supply chain. How easy is it to detect in a complex supply chain, for example? And also the physical form is very important. And also existing controls. In other words, are there any existing controls that you already have that will help in terms of establishing likelihood of detection? Do you have routine product testing for specific fraudulent acts? That's also very important. Then relevant audits. Do you do supplier audits? If you don't, then obviously the likelihood of detection is low. You won't be able to detect the fraudulent activities. So again, we now look at risky parameters in terms of profitability. Here we are saying, what will be the motive of the fraudster? Obviously, it's economic gain. So obviously, these are the factors that you consider for profitability. For the supplier to make profit, obviously, there should be economic factors or price fluctuations, or it could be nature of raw material, especially in terms of the raw material value. If it is a raw material of value, and if there are readily available substitutes, it's likely to be substituted. Then also we spoke about seasonality, complexity and cost of committing fraud, availability of cheaper adulterants, and the volumes involved. If there are big volumes, fraud is likely to be committed. Okay. If you are looking at it, look at it from this angle. If it's an additive, maybe it may come in smaller volumes compared to larger volume ingredients or raw materials such as your bulk sugar or your bulk milk. Fraud is likely to be committed for such big volumes. So we've just summarized it for you, just some of the same factors that you need to be considering when you do your vulnerability assessment. Again, we come to our model. So now these are the factors that you are going to use. You are going to use likelihood of occurrence, likelihood of detection, and profitability if you want to calculate PRN. But in some situations, you may just want to calculate only likelihood of occurrence and likelihood of detection to help you to do your vulnerability assessment. But if you want another alternative, is to calculate the PRN, where you look at profitability. So there are two ways to do your vulnerability assessment. You can just look at likelihood of occurrence and likelihood of detection. Then another alternative is to calculate a PRN, where you have to look at profitability times likelihood of occurrence and likelihood of detection. So there are two ways that you can calculate your you can calculate your risk in terms of food fraud.
Can I add something there? Yeah, I think you can also, if you want to include profitability, because sometimes you won't know exactly a figure. So you can just put it on a scale, like 1 to 3, where 1 is not profitable. In other words, you are multiplying by 1. It's not profitable at all. There's no need for somebody to even do it. Then you can have a profitability of 2, which is your low, medium, and high. You know, you can just say profitability is high. Then you can put a figure, say 5 or 3, whatever scale you want to put there. And then you say profitability is like medium, you know, it's not very profitable, but it is profitable. Then you can put a 3, then maybe you can put profitability of 1, which is not profitable at all. So you can have a scale of 1, 3, and 5, which is your low, medium, and high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Charles. Do we understand the two concepts on how to assess do vulnerability assessment? That we can just approach it from what Charles is spoken about, where we calculate a PRN number, looking at likelihood of occurrence, likelihood of detection, times profitability. Or we can leave profitability concept and just look at likelihood of occurrence and likelihood of detection. So those are the two ways we can actually do our vulnerability assessment. Okay.
Yeah, because just a quick one again, sorry. I was running a poll because I wanted to know who has got a food fraud plan in their organization. So maybe can everyone go to the chat? Unfortunately, I lost part of the chat because my connection got disconnected here briefly. So I don't have but I know Zino, you said yes, and I know Obed, you have said yes. Can I hear from the others whether you have a food fraud plan in your organization? And then we can talk about your activity at the end. Okay, Kota, you can carry on.
Okay, so we are now familiar with this matrix. Here on this side, we have our likelihood of detection, and we have our likelihood of occurrence. So we can consider these dimensions here, just probability and the likelihood of detection. The difference here with our risk assessment, we were talking about severity. Now we are talking about likelihood of detection. So if we're to look at one of your ingredients, let's just do a random activity. Let's say your ingredient, it's sugar. Who deals with sugar? Or let's have an easy one. Give me an ingredient that we can quickly work with. Which ingredient do you want to talk about? Any of your ingredients, Sergio?
You always say spice.
Spice, which is, okay, a spice.
Yeah.
Okay, which one?
Spice.
We have to look at them separately. We can group them, but sometimes maybe they may have different parameters. Okay. Let's say it's a barbecue spice. So if we talk in terms of likelihood of occurrence, you have to go back to those factors. If we look at origin, looking at the characteristic or the nature of the spice, you have to go to think in terms of complexity of supply chain. Who is the supplier of supplier of supplier? You need to know that. And then you go back. What I'm talking about is you have to go back to here, likelihood of occurrence. If you have to ask yourself questions, if the barbecue spice been involved in any incident before? Have you had any incidents of fraud committed on those spices? What about the economic factors? Have you had, is there any available substitute for that spice, for that barbecue spice? Can you follow the way we have to look at it? Okay, so now if we have to come to spice here, what is the likelihood of occurrence for it to, for fraud to be committed? And we have to justify. Is it very unlikely? Is it unlikely? Is it fairly likely? Is it likely or very likely? Or it's certain that it will happen?
For me, I would say, like for spices, it's very likely. The reason why I'm saying that is because, you know, like, you know, if you're looking at barbecues, the barbecue spice, someone can easily blend in by adding in maybe let's say flour. You can also grind flour because I mean the granules are quite similar. And I could also add maybe a herb, another herb to now to grind it into those similar particle sizes, and then just mix them a bit, but making sure that the substance that I'm adding to it, it doesn't have any kind of smell or flavor. And then probably even add in a bit of some salt.
Okay, that's okay. Any contribution? Thank you so much, Michelle.
Yeah, can I contribute? I think thanks. It's good that we have take an example of spice as an ingredient. Let's look at another ingredient. I don't know whether you can call it an ingredient or a raw material. Like the Zambia guys, they are in the meat processing industry, and maybe cattle. Cattle is your raw material that you are bringing in. You are bringing a whole cow, and then you are slaughtering it, and then you are processing it into various products. You know, minced meat, steak, whatever you are processing. So that is your raw material. So what is the likelihood of food fraud happening there? So if you compare it, if you take it like that, then you can see that, you know, it's very difficult to commit fraud on cattle. It can be there are areas where, like Kota talked about disease. You know, there's an outbreak of foot and mouth disease, or there's an outbreak of anthrax, especially anthrax. I think Dr. Mchepa can relate to this one. and people, farmers are busy trying to sell their cattle, you know, and they are selling to you at very cheap prices because they are afraid that the cattle might die. So their fraud can be committed. So if you look at it that way, you know, if you compare, you know, pigs, for example, as a raw material, and you compare spice as a raw material, you can see the difference on how you then do your risk assessment.
Okay, thank you, Charles. So then, yeah, following it through like that, we'll also come back to the cattle as well. So if we look at, go back to the spice again. So we look at likelihood of occurrence, then we must look at the likelihood of detection. If the barbecue spice is adulterated or maybe substituted, or maybe it is maybe there are some replacements there, what is the likelihood of detecting it? Again, you don't thumbsuck, you just don't, you go back to your factors here. Likelihood of detection, you look at these factors. Do you have routine product testing? Do you have audits that you do? Do you have existing controls? What is the physical form of the spice? Can you detect any fraudulent activity there? What about the length and complexity of supply chain? Is the access to raw materials, the geographic origin? So you must be able to answer these questions, and they must give you a rate for likelihood of detection. So if you come here, what will be the likelihood of detection for your barbecue spice? Is Melody there? Are you around, Melody?
No, I think Melody excused herself today.
Okay. Tapio, what are your thoughts? Is Tapio around today?
Tapio, are you there?
Sorry, yeah, can you please go ahead?
Okay. I was just saying, in terms now of our barbecue spice, we are now looking at likelihood of detection. What do you think, looking at all those factors that help us to rate an ingredient as a potential suspect for fraud?
Like looking at that one, I would rate it as unlikely or a routine, because there are so many things that you need to consider, like where the raw material is coming from, the timeline it is taken from the place of origin until it is reached your destination, your place.
Okay. And the form of the spice, would you consider that?
Yes, and also the form of the spice.
So if you look at, thank you for your contribution, Tapio. So we are saying maybe we take, so we are saying in our assessment here, we are saying in terms of detection, likelihood of detection, it is unlikely, right? Or remote. So then we said in likelihood, so what did we say in likelihood of occurrence?
Yeah. I think we probably said likely.
Likely. So then it means it will be here. It is in high risk category. It means we have to think in terms of mitigation strategies. It will be on our, in terms of our mitigation strategies on our food fraud plan. So let's take the cattle, Charles, the cow. In terms of likelihood of occurrence, what's the likelihood of occurrence for fraud to be committed?
Dr. Mchepa, let's do this together. Are you there, Doc?
I'm here. Just
yeah, good. So
no, go on. In terms of
in terms of likelihood of occurrence, how likely is there to be committed food fraud for your cattle?
food fraud, it's I would say it's unlikely actually for occurrence.
Yes. So we can actually put on occurrence here, we can put unlikely. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, it can happen. Yeah. So it can happen. So it's not very unlikely, but it's just unlikely, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then detection, I would say detection is likely.
Yes.
Because of I think the measures that we have in place.
Yes, the anti-mortem inspections and all that stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Plus police clearance, vet clearance, and so on.
Yeah.
So your raw material here, the cow, it falls in the low risk category. Okay. So this is what we will do for all our raw materials and ingredients, including packaging. Okay.
All right, because I don't know how far you are. Yeah, maybe we can wind down now.
Yeah, let's just wind down with the priority risk number and we are done. Okay. So these are just the key for your profiling. If it is in red, we say it's a high profile raw materials with a genuine and current possibility of adulteration or substitution. If rigorous controls are not already in operation, then you need to urgently add additional work is needed to ensure their integrity. Then you've got amber, which is your medium, and then green, it's your low risk areas or low profile raw materials and are unlikely to be a target for adulteration or substitution. So if you want to use the priority risk number, here you also still have to do your rating in terms of likelihood of occurrence, likelihood of detection, and profitability. Again, maybe your one will be representing very unlikely or none for likelihood of occurrence. Then also likelihood of detection, it will be certain, and then profitability very low. What you do after you do the exercise exactly that we've done. Let's look at this. For example, let's take the cattle. This is our risk parameter for profitability.
Yeah.
You need to look at this, yes.
Yeah, I like that, because especially the example of cattle or Dr. Mchepa. You see, when we then do that, the score, when we do the score and we consider profitability, you can see that your cattle can actually rank fairly high because it's very profitable to do that. Yeah, if they can get away with it, like you mentioned, police clearance and so forth. So we are talking about stolen cattle. If we can talk about stolen cattle here, you know, the police can be bribed, isn't it? So you might need to put measures in place now in terms of your traceability, because those are things that you don't have control over. You don't have control over the police. So you might be able to buy stolen cattle without knowing. Okay.
Okay. So so then you do the same until you come here where you calculate your PRN number, your rate for likelihood times your rate for detection and your rate for profitability. Then it gives you a figure, and you must have a criteria to say in such particular range, like what we did for risk assessment. You have a range of figures, let's say from 1 to 8, then it will be your low. And then any number, you give a range of numbers according to your criteria, and that you can always revisit it and tighten it if you want to continuously improve your plan. your control. Okay. So I think for today, we can end here, perhaps. Then we talk about controls tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kotsa. Yeah, and I think we had to do this way to overshoot because this is very, very critical. And we are going to do an activity. Maybe Kotsa, you can describe the activity that they are going to do tonight.
Yes, yes. I think that's now even to just talk briefly about the controls. So that we just complete it for your activity. It's not going to take long, maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah,
okay.
Carry on.
So if you look at the output from the vulnerability assessment, where raw materials are identified as being of particular risk, we need to put appropriate assurance controls to make sure that fraud is mitigated. So these are just examples of controls that you can put in place. They talk of certificate of analysis from raw materials, raw material testing, supply chain audits. All these are controls now. Use of tamper evidence or seals on incoming raw materials. There was an incident where a bulk carrier of milk, you call those bulk tanks of milk, one of the drivers apparently wanted to make profit, and towards end of his shift, he had maybe a few volumes of milk. He actually added water from a river to improve the volume of milk. So that's why also tamper-proof seals are also important, which the customer themselves must open the seal. Also, you can have enhanced supplier approval checks, mass balance exercise. I think Charles did touch on that, where you have to account for what comes in and what goes out. You must do a mass balance exercise at the raw material supplier, accounting for material entering and leaving a system. Also, you can look at changes to the supply chain. If it's a long supply chain, you can actually think of a supplier where you can have a shorter supply chain. So that is another control that you can put in place. Then also changes to purchasing policies, very important. If we're just looking at cheaper ingredients, we need to be thinking about that. Very important. And also, like Charles was saying, you'll find that some of the fraud is committed through senior management or relevant personnel who actually collude with the supplier and making money without the business knowing. Maybe they'll agree to substitute an ingredient, and the company will be still paying for the same ingredient at a higher price, and you will be pocketing part of the profit. So these are some of the controls you can think about. You can think of more controls that you can put in place depending on the type of risk that you have identified. So then we need to do a food fraud plan. Let me just show you a spreadsheet. I'll send it to you that you need to use to do your food fraud plan. Let me try to.
Yeah, you can unshare your screen, Kotsa, and then, yeah.
I hope you can see.
Yeah.
I'll send
All
it
right.
through.
While Kotsa is busy looking for the spreadsheet, so that he doesn't breathe under pressure. No, we can only see the presentation so far.
Oh, maybe I must first unshare. Okay.
Yeah, you can unshare first and then. Okay, guys. All right. I see that most of you don't have a food fraud plan. This is the opportunity, right? This is the opportunity for you to do your food fraud plan. Those guys like Obed and Zaino, who already have a food fraud plan, that's good. You can actually polish up. You can review your plan now using the information that Kota gave. Just revise it, review it. So those ones who don't have, like we said, the activities are due a week from Thursday, and you can ask for an extension. But of course, we can't extend it forever because we need to process certificates and we need to give you your certificates on submission of the portfolio of evidence. So you have got a week to work on your food fraud plan. Assemble a team, get a team. For example, I think Kota mentioned the team. One of the key members in a food fraud plan is your procurement guy, because he's the one who's procuring most of your ingredients. And they know where the fraud can happen, So get your procurement guy, get your finance guys, get your, your production manager, look at who can help you to do a food fraud plan. And then you sit down with them one afternoon, you brainstorm, and then you do your plan, and you have your plan. So as part of this, take advantage of this training to actually develop your plan, and you have it. Okay, Kota, you can carry on.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see.
Can you see the spreadsheet? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if you look at the way the spreadsheet is structured, you've got your metrics here, which shows the likelihood of detection and likelihood of occurrence. And I just want you to look at row 10, row 11. You've got your product group, and you've got your raw material. You've got type of fraud that is likely to be committed for that particular raw material. And then you put your likelihood of occurrence factors here. Maybe it could be presence of historical incidents, emerging concerns. You write what is applicable for that raw material. And then you look at likelihood of detection, and you also indicate why you think are the factors that affect that particular raw material. And then you indicate the suppliers. Who are the suppliers of that raw material? And then you must rate occurrence. What is this case here? I just put a figure here, we rated it as 1. And then detection is likely to be 3. You can put your rating according to your assessment. And then you come up with your risk rating here, which is a 3. And that's why it's in green, because it falls in this. Because here the likelihood of occurrence, it could have been a 1 and so on. So it, assuming that it falls into a 3, but you can put the correct color here. If it falls into, let's say if it's 4, then you put your amber here. Or if it's red, you put red. Then you must put control measures. And it's important, for example, maybe control measures, it's mass balance exercise, or maybe you might need to use SQA, supplier quality assurance audits. You might need to do, maybe to collect COAs per batch as part of your control measures. Then here, you need to indicate when and the frequency of monitoring these control measures. And then here you can indicate how are you going to do that. Then you need to know who is responsible to do that. Okay, so this is the food fraud plan that you can use. So you need to look at each product or a group of products. If they are similar, you look at a group of products. Let's say, for example, we look at all beverages, for example. Then maybe you look at each ingredient that makes, if they are similar beverages, you look at each raw material, let's say it's sodium benzoate. You look at type of product, maybe it could be substitution. It doesn't necessarily have to be one. It can be substitution, it can be dilution, it can be counterfeiting. You can write as many that you think are applicable for that ingredient. And then you also indicate factors related to likelihood of occurrence, factors related to likelihood of detection, and then suppliers, and then you do your occurrence rating and actual risk rating, and you put control measures, frequency of monitoring, and how you're going to do the monitoring, and who is responsible for monitoring. So that's it, simply how you would do it. So you can look at, for example, each ingredient, you must combine information. What is really important in terms of food fraud, you must have information. For example, if we look at orange juice, you may look at the ingredients in it. Maybe there will be sodium benzoate, there will be sodium metabisulfite, sodium cyclamates, and also all these sweeteners, and also sugar, and so on. Then you must actually describe the nature of each ingredient. For example, sodium benzoate is described as white or light yellow crystalline powder. Again, it's a powder. It's a, you know the nature of the ingredient is very important. That can give you some red flags. Then also you obviously have a list of your suppliers, and then also the country of origin, very important information. So before you do your food fraud plan, you need to combine information about each product that you are going to look at, and to combine information about the ingredients that make that product, including packaging. So you are going to look at the product, the ingredients, the description of each ingredient. You look at the suppliers of each ingredient, and you look at the origin or country of origin. Very important. And if it's a complex supply chain, indicate the supply chain. If it's coming via Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, and so on, indicate it so that when you do assessment, you'll be using already the information that you have combined, you have compiled. You can do it for each individual product, product B, product C, and so on. Okay. Then when you come to this chart here, the plan, then you can simply enter your product group and the raw materials per each that are in that particular product, and then you do the assessment. I don't know, is it clear to everyone? But in this activity for you, you are not going to do the full, you're just going to look at one product. So that is not a lot of work for you, but we just want you to do the exercise, and you can continue with the exercise for all other products. Is it clear for everyone?
Yeah, thanks, Kosa. Let me come in. Yeah, so like Kosa is saying, for her purposes, for this training, you can just do one product. But I would suggest do your food fraud plan, because otherwise you will never do it. So take advantage and just do it. Yeah, but you can, for submission, for you to complete the course, one product is good enough for us. Is this clear? Can I see by thumbs up who has got problems? Or you can actually make a comment now, but let's just get thumbs up now on who's clear what is supposed to be done. Okay, I see Rodsan, I see Zaino as well, I saw Karabo, Obed is good, Tapiwa is good. Dr. Mjepa is putting the thumbs down. Jama, how are you? Are you good? Jama is not good. Sorry, I've lost the people now. Okay, those guys who are not good, because we don't have much time now. Sergio, are you good? Yeah, thumbs up, excellent. Tapo, you said you're good. Dr. Mchepa said she's not good. Chama said she's not good. Who else is not good?
Rory, are you okay?
Yeah, Rory is fine. I saw her. Cholwe, are you good?
No, we'll consult where we are stuck.
Yeah, excellent, excellent.
We're going to try the exercise.
Yeah,
I
the
will
good
also
thing.
send you the spreadsheet.
Yes, Kosa will send you the spreadsheet with the examples so that you don't get lost. So you can just substitute, you can just remove what is written there, you write your own stuff there. And I think the Zambia team, is good that there's quite a number of you. So you can also consult each other. And you can also help Melody, who has not been part of this. Yeah. Okay, guys, I think that's all we have. I'll just do a quick
Charles,
round.
can I just add in? Sorry, can I just
Yes.
add in? We'll
Yes.
look at the decision tree tomorrow. Here you can start so long. We thought that you just you can add a head start. We are going to look at the decision tree tomorrow. That also helps, and we're also going to look at some questions that also helps you in terms of making your looking at your vulnerabilities and more information that you can add on your food plan.
Yeah, exactly. And also right now, the other thing is just to describe your product. You know, product description is not going to be difficult because you already have it under your HACCP. You know, so you use information from your HACCP to describe your product and all the ingredients that are in your product. So that's the first thing. And then you can then just put that in your metrics, in your risk assessment plan, in your food fraud plan, and you are done. I think it's a fairly straightforward if you think about it from that angle. All right, just a quick review on the days going. Again, let's just do a quick one. Thumbs up or thumbs down on who is happy, who's not happy with the day today. Then we can look at the ones who are not happy and we try to see what could have gone wrong. Okay, Doc, thumbs up. I see you there. Who else is thumbs up? Chama, I don't see the thumbs up or thumbs down.
I think once I get the recording, I'll be able to put the blank, to fill the blanks on where I wasn't getting stuff, but it's okay.
Okay, yeah, I think the network also wasn't that good.
Yes.
Tabiwa, what's your feeling from today?
For today, it was okay, but maybe if we share the recordings, I'll be good to go, because there's a section which I missed attending to other business.
Okay, excellent. The other guys, Rorisang, okay, Sejo, great, thumbs up. Rorisang, thumbs up. Who else has not given me feedback?
Sure.
Okay, I see Karabo, thank you. All right, guys, that's the end of the day today. Thank you so much. I think we've learned a great deal on a food fraud plan. So let's go and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doc. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock again. That's the last day. So, yeah. Okay, excellent, guys.
Please,
yeah.
If you want to, if you want to follow through again, if you are having difficulties, feel free just to send a message, and we can talk on WhatsApp.
Yeah. Kota, is there some reading today? Any readings, or they're just going to do the activity?
I think the activity is enough. It's a lot of work.
Okay, excellent. So no reading today. You can just do the activity. Perfect. Thanks, everyone.